Start voice call. Hello, hello. Alright, just checking my levels, see how everything sounds. I think we'll... Oh, wrong thing.
I was going to say sounds good, and even though there's nothing wrong with that, it felt so redundant that I couldn't do it.
Okay, I'll turn you up. There we go. A little bit. Alright, I think that's looking pretty good. Alright, hello, welcome, anyone out there in the world. We're going to try and beat this game tonight, hopefully. I think we got halfway through in the last stream.
Yeah, that's about right if I remember from way back when I played this campaign. Those were different times. I still thought I was a boy back then. Not coincidentally, I was miserable. And since stuff happened with that, well, over Christmas, as such things tend to happen, there was this awkward moment where I didn't know how to respond at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Where, because my father misgendered me retroactively, like referring to something in the past. And my sister called him on it, and then he was like, well, she wasn't back then. So then I actually had to think about that. And after I sat down, I was like, no, I didn't know I was back then, because there's actually this very, very, very long and kind of, I'm not going to go into detail because it's a little tragic for a chill late night COD stream.
Yeah.
Well, chill might be the wrong word, but laid back would be the goal at least. But,
more or less.
There were a lot of like incidents of I would see a girl doing a thing and be jealous, and it took me decades to process that and be like, you're probably jealous of seeing people do things as girls because you're a girl who hasn't embraced that yet.
Just haven't realized it, huh? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it actually does go back to like early childhood. But unfortunately, I'm also very dumb. So some very obvious signs were missed.
Oh yeah. I mean, when you're a kid, you know, you're learning, you're growing. If we knew everything we knew now, I mean, we'd be a lot more advanced, I guess. We'd be a lot more far along.
Well, of course, because the thing that I've actually thought about a couple of times, perhaps you have too, is if only I could go back to being, like, go back to childhood, but with my grown-up brain and knowledge.
Yeah.
And I would be basically unstoppable.
Oh yeah, I've had those thoughts too. I was like, oh man, if I just knew what I knew now, I'd fucking rock shit. It'd be great. Mm-hmm. Also, hey, what's up, Charles?
Hi, Charles. But of course, leaving aside the spatial and time warping element of that would end up causing a whole lot of new problems that are difficult to foresee. Some of them easier than others. I mean, the obvious one is you go back to. I think if either of us goes back and we're like thrown back in time and did childhood over again with the knowledge we have now, the obvious moral quandary is stuff like, so do I as a kid try to warn people and stop like 9/11?
Do you the classic fucking butterfly effect? Do you want to affect time in that kind of way? It's like, oh.
Well, of course, because I'm certainly Charles. You already. Last night wasn't enough for you.
Like, Charles, please, you don't need to do this to yourself.
Haunted, I don't know if you saw it, but I hit workout milestones of 105 sit-ups and 105 squats just from Charles dying, which means he died 42 times in the league last night.
I did see that big message you had of your like total workout at that point, which I think was like midway through that last game or something. I was like, North is gonna like lift the world She's gonna fucking have the world on her shoulders. She's gonna be like Atlas by the end of this.
Very, very likely I will be able to crush watermelons with my thighs at the rate this is going.
Oh, I need to start doing that kind of workout then.
Oh, is that your secret ulterior motive, Charles? You're making sure that you have some muscle girl abs to nuzzle at a later date?
I think Charles is trying to make you like that one lady in what's that show? It's like Dororio? Yeah.
No, I still need to watch that. I mean, my new. Well, how about I save some of the banter for after we get started?
Yeah. In which case, maybe I should get started. Let's go over to screen 1. And look at the beautiful landscape of bombed out Berlin.
Mm-hmm. Such a majestic, historic city.
Ah, beautiful.
You know, the fire really adds to the mood lighting.
Resume game. Yes.
We have lost many brave men, but their sacrifice.
Oh yeah, we're starting on this mission.
Our tanks now form a line of steel so powerful that all German resistance will be crushed beneath its mighty treads. Today, we will watch as
Just-
falls, along with all those
Just imagine,
enough to stand in
like, we've talked about how cheesy the infographics are, but at the same time they do throw out some fun little numbers, like that thing that just went by about the disparity in numbers at the Battle of Zalo Heights.
Mm-hmm.
100,000 Germans versus over 1 million Russians. Imagine being one of the guys told, Soldiers, it is your assignment to defend the capital of the Reich. You are outnumbered literally 10 to 1. Have fun.
Oh god! Starting off strong.
Oh yeah, it's your favorite mission. That's what you're doing.
Oh, I'm playing this on mouse and keyboard. I might need to switch to I might need to switch to controller if this keeps up. Oh no, Panzerschrecks!
It's a funny thing, just because I have been so solidly PC for my entire life, I find even stuff like this easier with mouse and keyboard than a controller. Yeah, I was trying to remember why this mission was so miserable, and I forgot that it's less about the Panzers than it is the Panzerschrecks.
And the 88s, so they're just firing at you. Oh god, where? Oh, right there. Oh, well, that one just went down like nothing. Oh, I forgot this is hit scan, actually, so I don't need to lead my shot.
Yeah, that's important to remember.
Oh, you see that fucking dude? He took that shot like nothing.
Yeah. Some of these... There's actually some deep lore here about the Nazi super soldier program finally starting to bear fruit. Too late to influence the course of the war. But a couple of these Germans can take an 85mm shell.
And just walk it off.
Now, 285s is too much right now. But one is okay.
One's okay, they can take that. Okay, this is actually not as hard as I remember. I remember on Veteran this was near impossible.
Yeah, you can say that of most of the missions, honestly.
I mean, yeah. Just this one was on, like... There was, like, a level. There was a level of, like, pain this one would put you through. Oh, there's the 88.
Because I'm pretty sure those two Panzerschrecks you just took on Veteran would have been death.
Oh, yeah. I would have been down already. That's a Rodina.
Also, the thing I absolutely love about this in terms of absurdity is that your T-34 has regenerating health.
I forgot about that. I have even noticed My T-34 is truly Russian. It's the greatest.
Slovenian engineering, Clarice.
Oh. And you're down. Or not. You're not down. You can take 3. Huh.
I will say, like, I am nowhere near as much of an obnoxious stickler for realism. Oh, yeah, that Panther's turret is having a fun time. It was a ghost turret, that's why.
Floating turret.
I do think that to some extent it would be more fulfilling in tank missions, even in more stylized shooters like COD, if they used some more realistic stuff like armor penetration and whatnot. And if it takes you longer to kill something, it's based on you needing to aim for weak spots.
Yeah.
And fire over and over. Because I think that would actually just be more satisfying than this slow ballet of waiting for the reloads and clicking again.
And this reload's also ridiculous. Oh, God. Oh, thanks, buddy. Thank you, Sasha's Chariot.
Yeah, the names of the Russian tanks are always beautiful.
It's either just the company that built it, or it does have like a fun little name to it.
Yeah, there's zero middle ground. There's either the most soulless serial number stuff or some great like Slav tank name. But the funny thing about the tank you're driving right now, which is the T-34-85, is that the reload is comparatively fast for that gun. Because an 85 is a fairly large shell. It's gonna take a hot minute to get it in there.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be that much slower if this was realistic, and if the gun mechanics were realistic, and if that's counterbalanced by your 85 actually hits like an 85, and you can just one-shot Panthers as long as you get a good angle. I feel like that would actually feel better to play.
Oh, yeah. Like, there's definitely, in this mission, I feel like there's a lot of stuff they could have done just a little bit better to just make it a bit more satisfying, as you've been saying. Because, like, just spamming the fire button, I know that's Call of Duty standard fare, but I feel like with the tank missions, it always could be just that little bit better.
Yeah, well, because the other thing, right, is normally what makes...
German armor! To the right!
Take out these towers first. Oh, here's also where we get the debut of the Commissar.
Oh, excellent. Also, your Discord had a fun moment there. I don't know if you heard that. Yeah, the call just lost you for a minute. Anyway, I was gonna say, the one that I think about a lot, like as far as Call of Duty just selectively introducing like more nuanced or realistic mechanics for certain stuff, I always think about the sniper scene in Call of Duty 4.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to say that wasn't as complicated as it would have been in real life, but it's a reasonable, like for a pseudo-realistic FPS, it's a pretty good reproduction of gotta account for drive, you gotta account for wins, have fun with this stuff. But then if you make that work, it's so satisfying to land the shot.
Yeah.
So I feel like that same principle could really spice up the tank segments in any given COD game. Because the other problem here is, this is what I was going to say before Discord dropped you, is, you're using a weapon that has, like, it's a single shot reload thing. Same principle as most of the rocket launchers in any given COD game. It's kinship with the bolt action, where even though they're magazine fed, you have to chamber a new round, so there's some overlap there. The difference is there is no visual and very little audio feedback for the reloading here. So as far as gameplay, you're just clicking and waiting for the shell to come back. It feels disconnected.
In the midst of all the blood, the bullets, and the dead, I found that an old friend was still
Also, Reznov, why do you have that knife out? What were you doing in the middle of this tank fight?
You know, he was actually cutting up some meat. He was gonna fry it on a charred corpse of a tiger.
cannot be broken.
That sounds like Victor.
All proud.
Also, I just realized I didn't give you a direct feed. I shall quickly do that.
This is appreciated. We'll see if Discord lets it work. I need those GSC
Juicy
deep fried PS1 visuals.
5 frames. Oh. I don't think you like that. Game? Are you okay?
Neither World of War nor OBS appreciated this.
OBS seems to be okay. The game is just okay. I need to close World at War. I think it's yeah, it's bugged. Give me a second.
I hope you don't have to redo Blood and Iron because of this.
I don't think that. I think it might have saved just before it.
Okay,
Let's hope.
that would make sense.
Technical difficulties, Patrick, save me. So, anyways, North, how's your day?
My day has been good. I spent I did some exercises earlier, which were quite difficult in the wake of the League Workout Challenge last night, but I got through 'em. I am just to the point where I can consistently do a straight set of 60 sit-ups. The last two sometimes get a little sloppy, but they're still good enough to muscle isolate, so it's good enough to move forward with. Squats I can do up to 50 in a short period if I break them into one set of 25 before the sit-ups and one set after. So for now, that's the only daily thing, and then League is where most of the variation comes in.
Yeah.
Oh, that does remind me, I did want to curl a little tonight. Dumbbell.
I think my dumbbell is hiding under my bed right now. I should pull that thing out.
Coincidentally, that's where I keep mine.
It's the natural resting spot.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing you got the same thing where your bed has some clearance between the floor and the mattress so you can store stuff?
Yeah. You see, unlike most men my age, I actually have a bed frame.
Yeah. I actually didn't have a bed frame up until last year. Except when I was at my parents' house, but that's not really a bed frame I own, per se.
Yeah.
Um...
Do I have to... I think I have to close Steam. It says the game is still running.
Wow, that just caused a cascade failure.
God damn. Okay. We'll be through this. I believe in us.
As do I. This is a good time to address, this is exactly the sort of reason I said to wait until we started before I do any more, banter and random stuff. So Charles brought up Noi earlier, and it's not that far off from the vibe I intend to go for. Probably not going to get that beef, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, she's what, 6'10" or something? She's real tall, right?
She's 6'10", and also, by any standard, which to be clear I love, but by any standard is insanely ripped. That woman is a living tank.
She could probably throw a tank.
Most likely. Again, I haven't had a chance to get into Dora yet, but she looks like it. I believe it.
Okay, there we go. That worked.
But I am going to be a markedly shorter and somewhat smaller variant of that. I did actually do some thinking a while back and came to the conclusion that I actually would kind of think I think it would be kind of cool if I just had a head full of like natural white hair, just going into my 30s. I mean, I know we all get there eventually, but thing is, I went blue eyes. Basically, the goal is to be femme Virgil.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna front about that. I'm not going to pretend that it's anything other than exactly what it sounds like. So the other thing then is the difference is that if I were to ever get a devil trigger, when I do the devil trigger, my hair turns black to symbolize like embracing the shadow. Gotta have that edge.
So like the reverse of V whenever he did his
Yeah, exactly.
Summon Nightmare, yeah. Okay, I'm currently running the game in safe mode, so right now it's a tiny little box. So I'll quit. Now that the game is like, all right, okay, I can do this. Now you gotta pump the game up a little bit. Okay.
You have to make it feel safe before it can go.
Listen, Call of Duty World at War. This is a safe space for everyone. You can do this. I believe in you.
You've been going strong for 13 years. You still got it.
Okay, I think oh no, I don't want to look at the credits. God damn it. Quick credits. Mods, options. I need to change was it the video set? Texture setting? No. Graphics. Video mode. I need to make this a lot bigger. Where do I even have it set?
I'm badly tempted. There's like a community snack cabinet that if I get any kind of major pay, I'll personally restock it because that's the community. Like it's between the three of us here in this apartment, this 3-bedroom setup. I know that there is a can of what I can only describe as not Pringles. Like they're the Lays that are ripping on Pringles.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Lay, yeah.
And it's either sour cream and onion or cheddar, but either way, I would really love to go and get that to snack on during the stream. But that's directly on the theme to dieting. So I can't.
Oh. Tragic. Okay, I think it's more or less.
Especially since I'm like beginning to be able to see the impact of all the setups, so I need to like stay strong for a while yet. There's a point because I'm not personally worried about getting like an actual 6-pack, not least because in order to actually get it that like skin tight, you usually have to do some pretty unhealthy dietary stuff. I'm definitely not going to do that. But I do want to get things drawn in reasonably close to the ideal that very few people can actually obtain.
Yeah. 16:9. Is that gonna work for me? That was it. Finally remember what the resolution was. Okay, I think we're more or less back.
Excellent.
Resume game. Ah, damn it. I'm gonna see if I can just skip it because we've done it. We've done this level,
Oh,
even
yeah,
though
but
it's
there
relatively
are
short.
if you enable the console, that it should be possible to brute force it to the next campaign mission.
Yeah. Mission select. Oh yeah, yeah. I can just select Ring of Steel.
Okay.
Perfect. Hardened. Let's go.
But I was gonna say something and then I forgot what I was gonna say.
Okay, so growing up, when it said offensive operation, I always kept thinking it said operation. I was like, come on, guys. That that can't be it. You gotta be a little bit more like you have like a lot of some of those Soviet operations. They would have really fucking cool names like Operation Saturn or Neptune, Jupiter. And it was like the fucking planets. We're gonna basically throw Jupiter at you. That's the size of this fucking force.
Yeah, I never thought of it that way, but that does make sense.
Ooh.
Commissar is really into it.
He is. He's got some bass in his voice. It really adds to his commands.
Oh man, remember the multiplayer matches on this map?
Oh.
What I remember about this in multiplayer is that the barn that gets blown up at the start in multiplayer stays standing, and there's like an attic cubby that looks like you should be able to shoot through the walls, but it's very hard to do. So there would always be someone on the team whose map spawned on that side.
Yeah.
Just raining hellfire down from there.
Move up.
I have to say, a lot of these AI friends don't seem to have done well against this small handful of Germans.
Not really. The entire advance got put on halt for a second here. Also, I'm gonna... Alright. I believe this time it's not gonna destroy the screen. Share screen. Call of Duty. Go live.
We can do this World at War.
Yay, we did it!
Yeah.
Now you got a live feed. In like 240p maybe.
It seems to be varying between like 240 and 360, yeah.
Oh, that guy was a professional. He just took me out like nothing.
Yeah. SMG boys are a problem.
Oh no! Ah!
Even in Hogan, you're not completely safe.
These grenades are hungry. They can smell my fear.
Is that what it is? It's not actually the AI's throwing scale, it's that the grenades are sapient.
I mean, they know where I am all the time. They're just like Dimitri seeking grenades.
You know what it is that instead of, like, it's not that the German soldiers are hyper-aware, it's that when you go into cover too long, the grenades themselves start vibrating on the vest.
It was like, oh, this potato masher's really hungry to get this guy. Alright, I'm just gonna go in there. I don't know.
What we didn't know... Well, I know, because I'm a witch, so I know these things. This is a forbidden secret of occultism for all of you. The Nazis did not succeed in most of what they tried to do, but they were able to imbue every Stilhamgranate ever made with a spirit of hatred and bloodlust.
Oh, Someone hit me from the apartment complex. I didn't even notice that.
Just like some stereotype Aryan girl, just like standing over a bucket of steel handgranate and like cutting her palm.
Just bleed all over them. Hunt down. Chernov! Chernov, out of the way!
Chernov, you and your anti-war sentiments have gone too far.
Listen, I get it. I get you don't like war. You need to stop trying to stop me from getting it in over there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, sniper up there's just pinned me down. I just need to get in there. Then we get everyone moving. Over here. Oh hey, what's up, Resnov? You're doing fine? Yeah, you're doing fine. You're not hitting anything. Oh, I missed every shot there.
So here's a weird thing that just occurred to me. They're well rendered and all, but I don't generally like think a lot. Also, these okay, I know it's late war and the Wehrmacht is scraping the bottom of the barrel, but those men were. Heinrich, do you have peripheral vision?
No, Commander. And he's down. Okay, not you two, Resnov. Oh.
Unlike Chernov, Reznov isn't trying to stop you from killing per se. He's just trying to delay you long enough he can hoard all the kills for himself. Anyway, I was gonna say, like the environments in World at War are well rendered and all, but a lot of them, especially in the Russian campaign, I mean, obviously part of this is also the game's color palette is really desaturated.
Yeah.
Which I don't mind as a stylistic thing. But, even accounting for that, these environments don't really stick out to me a lot. And I was just thinking for a second, that's weird, because I haven't spent that much time around buildings like this, and I was like, no, yes, I have. As a kid, I lived in Europe for 4 years, and particularly Germany. Like this sort of big townhouse structure you're fighting to get into or clear right now, there were a lot of buildings like this in Germany.
Really?
I mean, it's not like there's like rows and rows of them.
Yeah.
Like, any given town would have at least one that was laid out pretty much the same way.
Okay, I need this MP42.
The fun one was in Bitburg, which is one of those German towns that still has like bits and pieces of its medieval walls and stuff.
Yeah.
Scattered throughout the city at random. So they've still got the old town hall preserved, and you can just like go in there and just like fuck around.
It's kind of like how Quebec City has the old city within it. It's
Yeah,
like
exact same principle.
yeah. Oh wait, you know what? Yeah, these guys can walk around.
Charles says, I queued for support for 3 games, and 3 games I got jungle. I'm done for today.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad that you're out of it, at least.
Yeah, just come in here. It's nice and safe, and, well, not safe for these Germans. Oh, do I take the deployable MG42? I think we take the deployable MG42.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is this the thing? Okay, yeah, this is the thing. I think? Or we're coming up on it. I heard that...
Yeah. Sir. Nope, can't go over there. I'll reload my Muslim I got. I mean, whatever works.
I wonder if that statement's a metaphor for anything larger. Or an allegory, rather.
We'll just have to find out. Oh wait, I think yeah, the Commissar threw it back at them. Thank you, Commissar.
I will say, I know, like, there are a lot of writers who... Well, okay, I'm not like... It's not like it's a myth, but there's a fair number of writers and other creatives who...
Damn.
Yes,
Anyways.
you just get rolled down. But who'll kind of like sniff at or be snobby about lines that are just like kind of overtly, obviously allegorical. But in a situation where it makes sense, I really don't have any problems with it. Like, that, because when it's a problem, it's because the character says something that isn't in their voice and character in order to, like, make a point for the story.
Yeah.
But that whole exchange was perfectly in character for both Chernov and Reznov.
Mm-hmm.
While also being an excuse for the writers to make an allegorical statement about the way the Red Army progresses.
Which I think later on we get a few more lines kind of like that.
Yeah. Which is... I mean, also for a Call of Duty game, like, because that stuff's relatively obvious if you're paying attention, but it's certainly not as on the nose as a lot of the other stuff.
Like, you really have to applaud the writers of this game for really kind of stepping it up. Mm-hmm. It really feels like, comparatively to some of the earlier entries to the game, they really kind of gave a shit and wanted to pay attention to what they were saying. And what the characters would say. Oh, throw that back.
And, like, it wasn't, like, super poorly received or anything on release, but it is kind of unfortunate for World of War at the time, that, like, it was the next major, like, all platforms Call of Duty release after Modern Warfare 1. So a lot of people were like, oh, they'd already done World War II so much, I don't want them to go back to World War II. So a lot of people didn't give it as much of a chance as it really deserved.
Yeah, like, it was very dismissed off of its release. Because everyone's so enthralled with a modern setting.
Mm-hmm. Which is now bitterly ironic.
Yeah, also, you know what? I'm kind of glad we're playing this today, because it was only, what, a couple days ago that, what was announced? 6 Days of Fallujah just got, like, announced that it's alive again. To which I go, really? Really?
You know the best thing about that game?
Oh, is it the fact that it is not political in any sort of sense?
Yeah, that's right, the completely non-political war game. 6 Days in Fallujah.
Cause, like, I watched the trailer for it, and like, it doesn't really tell you much. Like, about really what kind of take they were gonna go with the game. Mm-hmm. And then that little bit of that interview came out, and it's just like, oh, you fucked up again. God, you stupid idiots.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing is, one of the biggest ironies in, like, American pop culture and any pop culture that's been sufficiently influenced by American pop culture is the very unquestioned idea of an apolitical war. And I did hit my desk there because the thing that I've been thinking about recently is war is literally, by definition, a state of armed conflict between the forces of two nations or groups within a nation. A war cannot be apolitical.
Like, it's literally because of politics. It's all about politics.
Yeah, like, even a war that, like, theoretically, a theoretical war like everyone thinks World War II was, but don't get me wrong, stopping the Nazis, fascist Italy and Imperial Japan, excellent, really, really needed to be done. But let's not pretend that the Allied powers did it purely out of the goodness of their hearts. Like, the bigger thing was just resolving the long-term power disputes in Europe and the Far East.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that the Axis happened to be fascist and actually evil helped to justify. It helped as a casus belli, but it wasn't. It's not like the war was going to not happen if they hadn't been. Like, Minister Tojo could have had a give every Chinese citizen a free puppy program, and that war would still have happened.
Yeah, guaranteed.
Because, like, as an American, straight up, our government did not want a contender for control of the resources in the Pacific. Like, it was convenient for us in a lot of ways that Japan missed the boat on imperialism. Like, they missed the point in history where the European powers liked imperialism enough to look away from how awful it is.
Yeah.
Again, like, good when we're past all this, but it was literally just a few decades earlier that the United States and other powers have been trying to divvy up pieces of China and stuff like this. So, yeah. So even the war that people like to think of as, like, the most purely idealistic war, even if World War II had actually been, like, as black and white good versus evil as people often like to pretend, that would still have been political.
Yeah.
A hypothetical conflict between a political entity that is purely good and a political entity that is purely evil is still a political conflict. Because things that are political can't do things that aren't political.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm ever stressing this point, it's just, I know full well that you got it like minutes and minutes ago, but I guess I'm simultaneously aware that there is
This way, upstairs.
a lot of people have decided that they won't let you convince them, so there's nothing you can say that will convince them. I simultaneously know that, and know there's a limit to the amount of effort you can reasonably put in, and yet I keep fielding this poll to try anyway. Ugh.
Do you hear something? No. That is why I am suspicious.
But yeah, just like back on the topic of 6 days in Fallujah, so that's a dumb take in general, but for that war in particular, holy fuck.
And that battle in particular, that is such a
Yeah.
like a extremely controversial one. Like, especially with the fact that like they're definitely going to take the take of like, oh, we were just doing our jobs, blah 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 blah, the classic. And you're not going to talk about the white phosphorus that was dropped on civilians, the depleted uranium rounds that were used in the area that have caused a lot of infertilism and a lot of infant deaths in the years after the war. No, we're just going to gloss over that. Okay, fine. Fine, I just won't play your fucking game then.
Look, the other thing is, like, even going beyond, I mean, I'm not gonna stop talking about the moral angle of stuff, obviously, but even if you were to strip that away, why the fuck are you revisiting a conflict that has been explored in media so much? And the game was supposed to come out in, like, 2010, right?
Yeah, it was around that time.
So here's the thing, right? Even in 2010, this applies. Because already there had been so much media about the Iraq War and everything that went into it. So why are you going to make something that deals with a conflict that's already been addressed in so many other things if you're not even going to try to consider it in terms of the politics that give any of it meaning? Like, hold on, I'm just gonna, Yeah, Generation Kill, by the way, ran in 2008.
Yeah, that was...
So you're gonna release... Yes, I go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
It's like you're gonna release this game that is apparently trying to be completely non-critical of one of the worst battles to choose for that.
Yep.
And you're gonna do it years after the media, like, after other stories, other fictional works have already taken the step of, like, dissecting, if not the exact battle, then the war that it was a part of, and all the elements of that. What is the point of making it? If you just, hey, here's some free advice for any game devs out there who are like, oh, we can't make things that are like politically charged anymore. So if you have to take that attitude, I think that's a very shit attitude to have as a creator. I'm not going to pull any punches on that. Like, I think it's a garbage attitude to think that you want people to give you large sums of money and to pay attention to your work, but you don't want to do the work of tackling difficult stuff ever.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I should add some nuance to that. If you want to make a game that's just like fluffy, wholesome stuff, in that case, yes, 100%, go for it.
We could
If
use
that's-
more games like that, honestly.
That's fine. If you're just making like a relatively low tension game about, say, a girl and her pet lap dragon exploring some crystal caverns and stuff, and like collecting books for her witch grandma or something, that can just be wholesome stuff that doesn't have to touch on politics at all. You're
Yeah.
right. You can do that. If you're gonna make a violent shooter about a war that happened in the real world, you better be ready to get political. Because otherwise, you're effectively monetizing the deaths of real people for what?
Your own pockets at that point.
Yeah. And if you want to make a violent shooter, but you don't want to have major political statements,
Why are you even making the
don't
game?
set it- well, also that. But how about don't set it in reality?
You can make up your own fake world. It's its own
Yeah.
fake reasons for having war.
Yeah.
It costs you literally $0 to be creative in that sense.
Like, you can make a game about some entity that is humanoid looking enough that, like, you can, like, still have player relatability, that thing that gets brought up all the time that is way less relevant than people think it is. Like, you can have this thing that's not technically human, but people can still project themselves onto, and put it in a world that has no resemblance to any human moral or political systems, so that you can just have unexamined hyper-violence, and that's fine. Do that if that's what you want to do. If you really want to make games about war, but not to examine the morality of war. The problem with that is that what I just described would require creativity. So, Giles says, if I'm not chatting much, I'm watching clothes. Washing clothes, that is. Generally pronounce that with the CH.
That's fine. You know, sometimes you also have to watch your clothes.
They might jump you if you're not careful. Why do you think we keep them in closets and drawers?
That's
so we
what-
have advance warning. Speaking of which,
Also relatively unrelated, but also related to what's happening. Man, this double barrel shotgun's great.
yeah,
Oh God! If I don't look at it, it won't hurt me. All right, it didn't hurt me.
that works.
I can't believe that worked.
There's a tip for you kids. If you don't look at a grenade, it won't hurt you.
Listen, listen. After watching Red vs. Blue, I learned that you can become invisible by just having stuff not look at you. If you can't see it, it can't see you. Where's this?
So yeah, but like as you said, like we can talk about all this stuff and how World War is obviously like, really political with its statements about World War II, but you still have the moment where like, this shotgun feels good. I like when it blows their legs off.
Yeah.
And The weird thing about storytelling as a medium is that those things, even though realistically they seem like they should be in conflict, they don't have to be because, hey, guess what? We're aware this isn't real. The way that it presents things still affects our perception of reality somewhat. But we know that we are playing a game, so we're willing to, like you can just, well, that's the thing, right? We're able to separate the gameplay of the game from the storytelling of the game.
Yeah.
I do also appreciate the, like, again, this game does a lot of stuff that if you read into it, it has some pretty grim subtext.
Mm-hmm.
Because what's your objective in this sequence right now?
Oh. Right now, at this very second, survive! Alright, I survived.
Alright, so that, aside from that, the stated objective in the objectives tab is kill the retreating German forces.
Yeah.
And listen to the music that's playing.
This swelling orchestral piece that is meant to really kind of drive home this sense of
Triumph?
Triumph. That's the word. But I don't really really I'm supposed to be up there on that turret ripping them apart, but I don't want to do that, honestly.
Wait, there's a turret you can use?
Yeah, up here on the tank.
I don't think I ever figured that out in all the time I spent playing this campaign. I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, I remember I would always get on it. You didn't have much for cover, but yeah, you would have that tank up there. Actually, I think in the whatchamacallit, co-op, you could ride both of those tanks and have two people on the MGs. Also, these snipers down here are really messing my shit up.
Yeah, they have been practicing. But yeah, so the whole thing about this is the only thing that separates this from, in a lot of regards, from a propaganda reel with the music that's playing, the words the commissar's saying and everything, is the way the game depicts war in other moments.
Like, there was a moment we actually missed because I went back to grab a thing when we were.
Yeah, because there's the German kneeling saying "Ich bitte Sie," which means literally, in this context, I beg you, and it's just a couple of Red Army soldiers with guns on him.
Yeah.
And your choices are: you can watch them execute him if you get there in time, or you can execute him yourself.
I believe also when there was that small wall and the tank goes through it, right before that is they have a bunch of Germans lined up against a wall in which you can literally look down on them as they are executed by the by a bunch of Soviets, and we'll see this coming up.
Oh yeah, we're coming up on the really big moment. Now this one, well, yeah, see, there it is. Chernov's saying the thing. Is that... I don't think that... Chernov, that sounds like an excuse. Like, the war is already clearly ending.
Like, let's just take a moment. We're not in any contact. Do you think Germany even has a chance at this moment? At this very moment.
This is the capital city.
And we're sacking it like the Goths in Rome. We are watching Rome burn at this moment.
very appropriate analogy since Hitler was very much fascinated with the legacy of Imperial Rome.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I think over here was actually a death card.
Ah,
Also, that's a bug that you can hear the Germans talking on the radio, even though you're nowhere near them right at the moment. Oh my god, where was this death card? I know it was like right up here. I think it's in this room. Oh, you can get a double barrel. Oh, no, 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 I'm not ready yet. Unless I'm crazy. I might be crazy. Oh, they're just popping off. Okay. Having all the fun without me.
I actually kind of appreciate that they do it without you.
Because I literally left them behind. You know. Okay, we can't wait for Dimitri. We gotta start this. Is it
I like to
here?
think about Reznov because he, like, just thinks that Dimitri's constitutionally incapable of doing any wrong. I like to imagine him making all kinds of goofy excuses for all, like, what incredibly useful thing Dimitri must be doing.
And I'm just like standing in the middle of the room. It's just like, where's this death card? I'm looking for a card.
I like to imagine that whatever you say about in-game stuff comes out, would come out in Dimitri's voice. Where is this death card?
I'm trying to find this death card. It's nowhere around. Suka Briat!
Just some terrified German housewife and her kids hiding on the other side of some split floorboards listening to you
That's just-
screaming about death cards in English.
Avita San? Oh. I don't think I could shoot through that. That might be a lazy boy I was trying to shoot through. I don't think I can get through that.
Lazy boys are known to be highly resistant to submachine gun rounds, at least.
Apparently? Oh, is this double barrel ammo?
It looks like it should be.
It's just hanging out in this bathtub. It's having a bath.
Did they
plant
forget to
that?
implement- I wonder if they just added the model and then, like, neglected to actually make it interactable.
Well, nothing I can do about that.
My immersion.
Oh.
He had some delayed reaction there. Turns out his blood is allergic to bullets.
Well, I'm glad I saved that guy.
And he must have been really eager to get in there, huh?
Yeah, I think...
He managed to outrun the entire offensive spearhead far enough to get captured before you arrived.
Ooh. Oh, wait.
It looks like...
This game's balanced for lean. I forgot about that.
Yeah. But wasn't it Modern Warfare 2 that they did that whole ridiculous thing?
Yeah, that was the big joke, is that, oh, the game is balanced for lean. Or something. Or it wasn't balanced for lean? I forget.
Modern Warfare 2 is also the one on PC where they let people pre-order dedicated servers for a game that ended up not having multiplayer dedicated servers.
Which is highly, highly ironic. Oh, no. Let me in the bathtub! Damn it. That was not the play there. We do not take those.
They didn't let you... See, the game is balanced for lean, but not for bathtubs.
Slight oversight on their part.
It was 2008. Technology still had some advancing to do.
Oh.
Fortunately, that man forgot to pull the trigger.
I think he was a little stunned by me.
And I have to say, like, as far as not fun places to fight, I think in terms of like sheer kill zone factor and the claustrophobic terror,
Oh, oh!
partially, ugh, like
Oh.
partially destroyed buildings like this, I think feel worse than jungle.
Yeah. Because, like, you... What's the comparison here I want to make? It's like when you're reading, like, a Junji Ito manga, and you have to be the one to turn that next page and see whatever horrifying thing Junji has set up for you. Here, around this corner, anything could happen. They could just fire a Panzer Shrek, like, in close quarters. I don't think that's a good idea. But they... Ah! But as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, like, going around this corner, anything can happen. I can be blown up, I can be shot in the head, have my head blown off. Guys, please. I'm trying to make a point here. But, I have to be the one to do this. Huh?
Well, of course, the other thing is, to a significant extent, I mean, the X factor in jungle or, well, any kind of wilderness warfare that makes it suck is also potentially your saving grace. Because in jungle, wilderness, whatever, you can usually find a way around. You can, like, pick a multitude of routes effectively.
Yeah, you can go around, go through, like, you have options. You're not limited to the space here. Here, I have to get there. And what are my options? This way or this way? That's it.
And they're effectively the same way.
Do I want to face that MG42 head on, or do I want to go through the side over here, where it can also still hit me? Nope, get hit. There we go, got hit.
Looking back, Charles. Then, of course, here, the defenders, depending on exactly like how long they've been setting up, just can stack so many things to exact a ridiculous number of bodies to clear a relatively small amount of space. I mean, booby traps are never fun to deal with,
No.
but jungle, you have a variety of things that can potentially mitigate their effectiveness, of which the largest is just the sheer amount of space that has to be covered. Prevents the people that you're, like, prevents the defenders from concentrating too many in a small area. In an urban environment where they know that due to the state of warfare below in the streets, you're going to have to go certain ways, if they want to just, like, stack up a steel hand granata on a string with every doorway that you go through, they can. I guess you can't stop them doing that.
Yeah. Well, that worked.
It turns out the answer was, in fact, to walk forward while firing from the hip. Also known as the power of PPSH-chun.
Yeah. Okay, I also have only one problem with the PPSH, and it's simply how it's counted as ammo. It's not all even. Like, there's a space there. It's like, that's the max, but, like...
Well, because it holds
not,
71 rounds.
yeah. It's not symmetrical. It makes me sad.
What you're saying is it should have been 70 or 80.
Yeah. You know, just for me.
Just like going back in time to bother Tokarev, like, why?
Dude, I get it. this is a great weapon you got here. Why does it hold 71 rounds? Could you just take out a round? Like, or add, or make it 72, then we could be even.
Well, of course, like we're joking, but legitimately, that kind of stuff has to have been a huge pain in the ass for logistics in the Second World War.
Yeah.
Because every nation had, they were in like this hellish middle ground of, we do have standardized cartridges for a lot of things. Like the PPSH uses the same round as the Tokarev pistol does.
Yeah.
But the Tokarev pistol holds like 7 rounds in a magazine, and then the PPSH
Oh, there it is.
holds freaking 71. But then some magazines, like, it also had a smaller 35 round magazine. Because
Yeah.
of course you can't have a 35.5 round magazine. And it's just like, imagine trying to get an accurate count of the exact amount of ammunition when it's subdivided in this many different ways.
Yeah.
Like,
Also,
there's a lot to be. Sorry, go ahead.
this is the shiniest bucket ever.
Oh my god, you're right.
Like, it
It flickers at the right angles.
like here in the smoke, it just adds to it. Anyways, as you're saying.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for, because you think about, now, there's a clear degree of, like, numeric standardization, as well as bullet standardization with a lot of things where, like,
Yeah. You have your standard NATO round, the, oh, which one is it? It's...
well, the 7.62 by 51 is the big boy battle rifle round, and then the
Yeah.
5.56.
Yeah.
For assault rifles, and a lot of support weapons as well. But the other thing is, most of the time you're looking at, like, even number magazines, and a lot of times things that are in the same, like, same round family, I guess, will also, I guess, have mags that are that have a logical incrementation of rounds to them, like just stuff like the Beretta 92 has a 15 round mag, and then the MP5, which uses the same 9x19 Parabellum round, has a 30 round. So you can actually see the logic there.
Yeah.
In general, I just being able to look at mags and be like, it's a multiple of 5, I imagine has to make things way easier.
Okay, we're going right here.
Yeah, and World War II in general is nuts. Like, well, of course, because this was the first war where mass production got efficient. So the thing is that you could have, like, any given weapon would usually have a pretty uniform layout, but only to that weapon. Or, like, I think MG42's, like, the small cylinder, well, small air cuts cylinder mag holds 75 rounds. And then a belt was, I think, standardized to either 150 or 300. But then you got stuff like the FG42 that just has its random 20 round mag. Which also, for a weapon with that rate of fire, is a laughably small magazine. Because the FG42 had about the same, or almost the same rate of fire, at least, as the MG42 did.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna look that up real quick. Alright. Okay. So, the original one... Like, yeah, the Type 1... Yeah? There are many things going on with this man.
This man... Oh no. This man, I'm enthralled with him.
Again,
Like,
as we discussed earlier, the super soldier program was beginning to bear fruits.
just a little bit too late. This man, he unlocked his superpowers post-mortem, so... Really unfortunate for him. He could have turned the tide of the war. This guy, this is the Ubermensch right here.
Yeah, the FG-42 Type 1 had 900 round per minute fire rate, and then the Type 3 had 750 rounds per minute. So they scaled it down. But, you know what the funny thing about the Ubermensch as a concept is? Because I used to think, there also was, there was a time when I hadn't quite read enough of Nietzsche's writings to realize, actually a lot of it is pretty chuddy. Because you'll hear about how the Nazis appropriated a lot of it.
Yeah.
The thing that doesn't get addressed enough is how a lot of it was pretty ripe for appropriation. Nietzsche had this really gross idea of,
Oh.
basically, there's this whole thing he mentions of people. He has the thesis about the way that humans use labeling people as moral to try and constrain their behavior, but because it's just the whole basic thing: if you're a good person, don't do blah. Well, here's the scene. I'll shut up for a second.
To surrender. Look around you, Chernov. You think these men will be denied their revenge? That comes only two ways. Fast
So,
or slow.
I like.
It is your choice.
I like.
I want to
they're
talk
trying
about
to-
this. I want to let you talk about this for a second.
Well, because all right, I like what they're trying to get at here, but I have a problem with the way that this scene ties into the game's moral system.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I'll be frank, because this is the thing that we talked about at the start of the first stream. If my choice is between burning alive and getting shot, give me the fucking bullet.
I would much I think it's, honestly, a little bit more humane if you just put the bullet in my head. Much rather
So-
that.
Like, if your option is not to, go down there and club them and, tie them up, then if we're talking about which approach is the more, in my opinion, is actually the lesser of two evils here, it's not the one that the game says it is.
Yeah, because, I've thought about this scene quite a bit, and I always had the problem of, I don't even know how to explain it. It's just... Fuck, my words are just not working tonight.
Well, here's let me give it a try. I'll give my secondary layer of interpretation and see if it's close to or jogs what you're trying to get at. The point of being a good person, or trying to be a good person, because I don't know if you can really ever objectively say that you've succeeded at being good, but the point of trying is to do the best for other people that you can in the moment. So, the thing is, a lot of people, myself included, depending on the situation, we are very prone to conflating what makes us feel good with what is actually best for the other person.
Mm-hmm.
So my problem with this scene is that it feels like it's too much. And this isn't a problem that's exclusive to World of War. It's actually something that I see a fuckload of in fantasy writing and elsewhere. Basically, almost any story that gets into violence and its uncomfortable relationship with morality. But it's the thing of the protagonist. It's Aang at the end of The Last Airbender refusing to kill Ozai.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen?
Yes, I have a few times.
No, to be clear, um, that works out well in the end, but also there's a whole debate to be had as to whether it's really kinder to leave Ozai alive, having stripped away the one thing that he had, that his whole identity was anchored around, which was his power as a firebender. But we're not here to talk about that right now.
Yeah.
Um, but the hang up, the key thing there is not how it's resolved, but that the hang up is, and Aang himself says it, because the idea is that prevalent in the Western canon, is he says, everybody is asking me to be something that I'm not, or some variation on that. And that's the thing, that's always the idea, is that the morality of the hero is about their internal conception of themselves as moral. But again, that's not altruism. That's making yourself feel like a better person. But you can feel like a great person and just be the most horrible I'm sure a lot of billionaires feel that they're good people, but they fundamentally have the power to wipe out human suffering right now, and they're not using it.
Actively choosing not to, yeah.
So, like, this is not on that level. But the only way that this scene makes sense to me is if you assume that this is the more moral option, because it's the one that makes Dimitri feel better about himself. I didn't kill those men. But think about what their last moments are if Dimitri shoots them versus if he doesn't.
Like, they are literally going to be burning alive. But it's not like they're going to be saying, like, oh, thank goodness that guy, that one Russian showed me mercy, but the rest of them didn't.
If anything, if I survived this for even a couple of seconds, and I saw this one jackass standing there with a gun ready, but no Molotov, just watching, I would use whatever breath was remained in my charred husk of a body to scream every German insult at him I can think of for watching while I burned.
Mm-hmm. That's where...
That's Warum hast du mich nicht geschissen? Warum hast du mich nicht geschissen? Like that.
Yeah.
Which just translates to, why didn't you shoot me?
Yeah, so that's where I kind of wish that Dimitri and, well, I guess in the case for a lot of these early Call of Duty games, a lot of these early first-person shooters, is that all of them are silent protagonists. You don't really have much agency on what you get to say. Everyone just kind of, like, Reznov builds you up as this great hero, but you don't really get any say in that.
Yeah, and, like, I mean, there's something to be said about what that does for the overall narrative, where Dimitri never really says anything one way or the other, and it's just Reznov projecting stuff. But you could still have that, and it would be even more pronounced and potentially uncomfortable if you're saying things like if you were, imagine that this did have, like, voice, or even not voice, just text dialogue options for Dimitri that Reznov responds to, and you're choosing ones consistently that
go against his narrative.
Yeah, and so either way, that would end up making this feel so much like, if he does acknowledge that you're saying this stuff, and, like, respond to it angrily, like taking it seriously, basically, because that's one believable way I can see it going. Then of course you got friction with this guy who at the start, like, you have an immediate emotional investment with Reznov because, like, he bails you out of the bloody fountain, and, like, you go through all this crap with him in Stalingrad.
Yeah.
So you want to think of him as your buddy. So that would create good friction there. But imagine, alternatively, if you, like, voice legitimate, serious qualms with the way that the Red Army is carrying through this war to him, and he just gaslights the fuck out of you. Like, basically treating all of it as, oh, you're too hard on yourself and blah, 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 and, like, not even fully acknowledging that you are actually not okay with a lot of this.
Because, like, the thought hit me as you were talking, of, like, there's a totally, completely untapped opportunity for a really neat dynamic that is not possible in this game, but could have been. Of
Yeah.
you and Reznov, like, re-meeting each other, but Dmitri having agency over his decisions and constantly butts heads with him. And how, like, yeah, Dimitri's effective in what he does. But he has his code that he follows. And that, in a sense, gets in the way of what Reznov's objective is, a total annihilation of the German army, of the Wehrmacht.
Well, yeah, because fundamentally, Reznov in everything he does, his driving motivation is all of the awful things that he's gone through, all of the pain that he carries from that. He wants to put every ounce of it onto the enemy. Like, just killing them on the field is actually not enough for him.
If he could kill them in the afterlife, he would.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I think he preferred if he could just hurt them in the afterlife.
Yeah.
Kill or no kill.
But, yeah, like, you also get that a bit more in Black Ops, where you do get a character who has a bit more agency, though you don't get, like, any sort of, like, decisions on what Mason does, mostly because you are a sleeper agent. Spoilers for Black Ops, I guess. But, like, I kind of wish here, and this is, I guess, coming from a game design perspective, you could have had just, like, a little text box of, like, your like, I don't know, 2 or 3 decisions on, like, Molotov them, or, like, shoot them, or you, like, demand the guys next to you capture them, because they probably might have information. They could have fucking told you about the ambush in the subway.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Thus, you get your morally righteous, I am sparing you, and I'm getting information to know how to prepare for the next part in this mission.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, like, at this stage in the war, this wouldn't be the moment for it. Because given the setup here, I don't see any way that it could make sense. But, like, if that feels a little too pure, you can throw some more... Like, this is a situation where it's actually justified to do the thing that Saving Private Ryan did that really made no sense. Where, like, earlier in the movie, Upham argues for the life of the one German from the MG crew at the destroyed radio nest.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey guys, don't commit a war crime. And eventually they're like, okay, we won't commit a war crime. But then that guy comes back later and, like, kills multiple of the team members in the final defense.
Like, he stabs Mesh, and the paratrooper, shoots the paratrooper, and like, shoots Miller as well.
It's like, let's consider that in terms of the way the actual, like, it's clear enough that, like, the dude is an actual German, because the thing that the movie doesn't really get into a lot is that there was a lot of gray area, and even, like, a lot of unfortunate people that the Germans, like, swept up during the invasion of Russia actually wound up defending the beaches at Omaha, kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But that dude was clearly like an actual born German. So, the thing is, he was stationed in at a particular post for a particular reason. If he finds his way back to the German army, the first thing that's going to happen isn't going to be that they send him to assault, like, some random fucking bridge. Like, he would have been sorted through to a different unit first. And I don't know that it would have been... Because I seem to recall that, like, a lot of the troops who attack that bridge are also supposed to be, like, SS. It's like...
Yeah.
There are different forces in play here. This isn't... The German chain of command doesn't work this way. So it's a very contrived thing where... Upham does something that fundamentally is actually outrageously ballsy. Like, it's not easy, especially as, like, the runt new kid. And one of the few things that I actually hate about Saving Private Ryan as a movie is that it really glosses over. It takes a lot of guts to stand up to a superior officer and multiple more hardened men in a unit where you are the outsider and tell them not to do something you know is wrong. And so the movie takes that action and then ends up portraying it retroactively as up and being stupid and naive.
Yeah.
Like, you fucking moron. Why would you ever think to not kill the enemy in cold blood when he's been disarmed and is begging for his life? It's like, so then the flip side is here we are in a situation where if you had to have that moment, it would actually make sense. Where if there's a point where like Dimitri spares one or a couple of specific Germans as a choice, and they come back later and like do an ambush or something, or even like it can even be more basic than that they just like inform to a sniper who takes out an important officer, and that makes things harder later on. In this situation, that sequence of events would actually make sense because it's the Battle of Berlin. Chain of command basically doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. It is just
Like
ragtag, whatever, small units fighting for their lives.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, you're right. That is a direction that absolutely could have been taken. I mean, honestly, I wish if they're going to keep making shooters, I wish more of them would do stuff like that.
So, any developers who could be possibly seeing this in the future, food for thought. Think about that. Now, let us continue.
Mm-hmm.
You should have shot them, Joe. It's only cruel to prolong an animal's suffering. Quickly! Into the metro! This way!
Oh, they took like a weird pathing there.
For a second,
Oh. Wrong button!
we're both having some interesting moments here. For a second, it wasn't even mostly due to the video quality, it was mostly just my eyes. I thought that Chernoff had taken out, like, a full-on sword and was going to stab Chernoff in the back.
Oh, I need that ammo, actually.
Mm-hmm. Here is another segment that I remember from multiplayer. I know I already mentioned in the first stream, but I really do miss, like...
Stay where you are. Leave your eyes.
World of War, or World at War had maps that just felt like they flowed well.
Yeah.
And I know, like, there's often I'll see arguments about, oh, map X is too simplistic, but... welcome to the chat. Another is NPC.
Oh, hey. That's my friend Bum.
I was gonna say, given they've got moderator status, I assume that you know them. But yeah, okay, in a shooter like Call of Duty, because it's Call of Duty, and as we've discussed, like, in the first stream, I never played Call of Duty to think. I personally would rather... Onto they're saying they don't know you.
Oh, God. Nah, he's just playing around. God damn.
I know.
God damn you. Yeah, Bum's an old high school friend. I would regularly kidnap him and force him to, socialize and get outside.
Okay. That makes sense. So... Repressing memories of you due to trauma, then that makes more sense. Ryan, please, I don't want to go in the social box.
No, Bum, you're going in the social box right now. We're gonna have fun, and you're gonna like it.
But yeah, in a game like Call of Duty, I would frankly rather a map that is a little, like, that is more simplistic than one that has too much stuff going on in it. Like, it's Call of Duty. I guess I can't speak to the current state of the community, but when I liked it, it wasn't because we were all Galaxy Brains platinum tier gamers. It's because you take a gun that felt good to quickie shoot with, and you go quickie shoot people. And then you get quickie shot. And you respawn, sometimes you choose another gun, and you do it again.
Whoa.
Bum says no Ryan, no more mandatory social fun quotas.
Oh, your quotas are low this month. I gotta change that.
Reznov, it's a little,
Also, how is like, I think Reznov's on that other platform. He was whispering in my ear. How's he doing that? Is he using? Can he just throw his voice? This man's amazing.
see, this is actually early foreshadowing for Black Ops 1, because, see, Reznov has a small degree of psychic power.
This is
Split up.
And actually, so did Dmitri, which is why the government tried to betray them by testing that gas on them. They were too dangerous to be needed to be eliminated.
Yes, this is true. This is absolutely Kravchenko's reasoning for doing that. What he did.
Like you thought it was a glitch when you were hearing the Germans talking on the radio earlier when you shouldn't have been able to? No.
No,
that was Dmitri using his latent psionic powers.
He's a medium.
He can hear radio signals.
Really, I don't know why they would want to kill him when he's obviously willing to work for the Red Army. I mean, this would give you an advantage over the West.
Well, Stalin's purges killed many very qualified soldiers who really should have just been left alive.
This is very true. Oh.
That actually saddens me a little. Just like thinking of stuff as far as not because they were competent at it, but just because of the sheer scale. Okay, actually, as we're going through this, I'm remembering when I played this, and they were doing like the whispering from places where it didn't make sense they'd be able to whisper. I assumed that it was just a stylistic thing that the game did. Like, I thought it was supposed to feel kind of weird and vaguely supernatural down here.
That would be that's actually kind of neat. Oh shit! God damn it!
They may be crawling in the dark.
Can they not like do that? Please. I'm trying to get this PPSH that's sitting there. Right there. It's for the taking.
Yeah, but I also remember these campaigns. I also remember that I never finished the Black Ops 2 campaign because I got as far as the mission in the past where you're Mason and I believe you're in Afghanistan working with the Mujahideen. So
Yeah.
there's the whole defense sequence, and then you have to ride the tank, and it sucks. And then you have to stop yourself from shooting the prisoner due to the brainwashing, and it sucks. So I got through all that. The cutscene at the end played, and then as it was loading, the next mission in the game crashed, and I would have had to do that mission over again, and I quit.
Fair enough.
I just never went back and finished it.
I might, I'm thinking about it because I'm thinking about doing more Call of Duty in the future. I might just want to run through the Black Ops series, and that could be.
There's ample content to work with by now, yeah.
Because like I always thought that Treyarch at least like always tried to do something different with Call of Duty instead of Infinity Ward. Just like, all right, we're just gonna play it safe. We're gonna do more or less the same thing. Make the same action style Call of Duties we'll keep on making.
Yeah, I agree with that.
While, like, Treyarch really did try to do different things with the series. Like, even from the very first game that they had, Big Red 1, where they like, hey, we're actually gonna have like more developed characters than just your cast that has like little to no personality or flair to them. Like I couldn't tell you who were any of the characters in like Call of Duty 2 Vanilla, but like I remember the squad in a Big Red One like the back of my hand.
Yeah, I remember. I remember that there was a sergeant who yelled a lot, and there was a lieutenant who was your like in the American campaign was your basically cool officer guy. And then I remember that in the British campaigns, they killed the one British officer who was memorable enough to remember.
Yeah, our very own Captain Price.
Yeah, Bum said Black Ops 2 has different options, or missions depending on your options, if I remember correctly. Yes, that's correct. It also has multiple different endings, which I never got to see any of since I couldn't finish it. But I read them up on the wiki later. There's some interesting stuff that happens in that game. Also, yeah, Black Ops 1 and 2, actually, again, really good example of Treyarch actually looking into stuff. And without doing shame play, still getting into, hey, you know, you're still fighting people who, at least in this story, need to be fought, but you're not morally spotless either. Especially, like, the whole thing with the villain of Black Ops 2 is that he is... I forget if he's specifically from Brazil, but he's from somewhere in South America.
That was, he was from Mexico, wasn't he?
Oh, was he from... I mean, he might have been from Mexico.
No, he's from Central America. He's from, like, Guatemala or something.
Oh, okay. That would make sense.
One of the countries that kind of got really fucked over by the U.S.
Yeah, because that's the whole thing, is that his backstory is that the U.S., like, his family died because the U.S. did some shit, and I think it was, like, his sister burned alive, even. How do any of you get out of this alive?
Good question.
Like...
And back to Peleliu. Oh, yep. No, we're done with Peleliu. We get... Oh! Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Black. Yeah, this one's fun.
So, I want to just quickly talk about flying missions in Call of Duty and how oddly well executed almost all of them are. Because this is easily one of the most memorable missions from this game. It's being in this PBY Black Cat. And
I had so much topics about Black Ops 1, there's so many different little details that people miss. Sorry, go ahead.
And like Call of Duty's got this weird, like, good track record with flying missions and just how well they've always kind of done them. Like, and again, going back to Big Red 1, there's the mission where you're in a bomber, you're a part of a bomb crew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Big Red 1 had that. United Offensive also has a really good one where the start of the British campaign you're in a B-17.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that in particular because as a kid, it was pretty stark because as the mission goes on, more and more members of the crew get taken out on the way to the target. So towards the end, you're mostly just running through the interior of this B-17, in which most of your crew members are dead.
Yeah.
Different 50 pals. But he says he actually hated this flying mission because of nightmares from playing this at highest difficulty.
Oh yeah, well we're playing this on not veteran.
Yeah.
Veteran, this one's tough as hell.
Because like any turret sequence where you can be hit, you have no way to dodge or mitigate damage besides killing the enemy as efficiently as possible.
But also in Call of Duty World War II, they have the sequence in the Ardennes where you have to call in an airstrike, and then it'll switch you in the middle of the mission to flying a P-47.
Ah.
And that was a really fun mission, being a big old jug.
Just 850 cals and a bunch of things that go boom.
Yep.
There's a... Okay, this is just a small side, but YouTube... Perhaps because the algorithm picked up elsewhere that I've been talking about... Well, we've been talking about allied aircraft on this stream last time. Recommended me a video that's just P-51 scenes and films. So, notwithstanding the creepiness of that, I was like, it's 5 minutes, I'll watch it. So the first is from a movie called Empire of the Sun, which I've never seen.
Oh, that's a Spielberg movie.
That makes sense. That would explain why I felt kind of familiar in a lot of ways. But so, there's a scene where I think it's like 2 Japanese or IGA pilots are trying to get to their planes, and a P-51 strafes them. And I'm just watching these guys get rid of, like, you're getting hit by 350 cals in a line. You should be cut in half right now.
Yeah. Also, I have no idea why Lachlan wanted me to switch. It's like, you can't shoot those gunboats?
You have to do it.
No, Locke, you're the only one who can hit them.
I mean, you know what? If that were the reasoning, that would be fair.
I was
But
like,
you know what would be cool? Actually, yeah, you know what would be cool? They can't if your NPC buddy who's ordering you to switch was like, you're the only one with good enough aim for this.
oh, so you're acknowledging I'm the best shot here.
But wouldn't that be a nice touch? Even if, or maybe doubly, if he like says it in like grudging fashion. Because like, in fairness, I imagine it would in reality be very hard to accurately hit much of anything from a plane that is flying past a ship that is also in motion. Even with the volume of fire that you're putting out here.
Yeah, I mean, we tear apart these merchant ships like it's nothing.
Which is very stylized, but as I said earlier, stylized is good when it's fun, and this is fun.
Yeah.
Don't think too
Don't
much
think about
it.
it.
Don't think about the text that says merchants.
Also, speaking of merchant ships, I want to talk about something. It's a movie that came out recently. Have you heard of the movie called Greyhound?
I have heard of it, yes. It's the
So,
it's the convoy movie, right, with Tom Hanks?
yes. So, my dad, noted career Navy man, he had some serious problems with that movie, mostly because it's an American warship very early in the war, and a conflict that is a very, very highly connected to Canada.
Yeah, we like to do that, where we just take stuff that other countries did. And by we, those that don't know stream, I'm American. I already said it earlier, but those studying, we love to just take other nations' war stuff and insert Americans into it.
Yeah. And I mean, early on, Canada did have American volunteers who joined up because they wanted to do something. But I mean, the Battle of the Atlantic in the early part of the war is such a very British and Canadian conflict, and our identity as Canadians is very kind of wrapped up around certain things like that. So again, like, I believe that was also like a co-production with like Britain and Canada, and I think maybe Ireland. Oh man, I'm not hitting any of these planes.
Yeah, this is. I'm pretty sure this is way outside the intended combat area with the Black Cat.
Ugh.
Okay, people. The fleet still needs our help. Anyone want to back out?
But
Back out to where?
Going into a hot zone.
where would we even fucking go?
Wiped out most of our ships. Holy shit! You think anyone's gonna be alive down there? Well, I see multiple casualties in the water. Shit! Poor bastards. You better not be the only ones responding
This
to the
is I love
distress
Black Ops
call.
2's mission where you kept switching from being the guy who controls the UAV to the men on the ground. Yeah, those are usually good fun. Now this is a situation where
Shit.
like if the numerous 40mm Gophers guns that were selling issue on a lot of American destroyers with radar triggered shells, because those are a thing that was important in the war.
Mm-hmm.
If those aren't dealing with the kamikazes, I'm afraid that a few 50s aren't going to turn the tide.
Ooh, ow.
This again is a thing where, like,
There we go.
oh wait, okay, I see some of them are firing a little. But, some of this is stuff, like, you probably know, given your, as you mentioned, your father, being a Navy man, but people tend to really underestimate how, I guess, a surface warship's capacity to keep fighting, even when heavily damaged. Ooh,
Ouch.
got mulched.
I'm trying, Booth!
But a lot of these destroyers potentially could still be returning fire up to a threshold.
But they're a little busy.
Well, I mean, obviously, the ones that are going down, yeah. But it is still a little goofy, the extent of the work that you have to do on your own to take care of these PT boats.
Yeah. God, I can't see a thing.
Yeah.
Oh. Get in here. Going. Okay, now they're starting to go down like butter.
Having the dual spread helps a lot.
Fuck.
Destroyed.
If I remember correctly, there might have been an achievement for taking down like 30 or something.
That sounds appropriate.
Oh, 25. I'm a quintuple ace, technically.
Yeah.
Oh, out. Oh, what a What a fucking movie moment where all these Corsairs come in. Also, this is Hellcat erasure. There's like never any Hellcats anywhere.
Yeah. Well, Chris, the real reason is it's.
We only had time for one plane model.
Yeah,
We may as well have the cooler looking model.
It's the same reason why the T-34s have the historical Russian 30 cal.
Yeah.
And not the BSHK heavy machine gun that was actually standard deterrent mount on Soviet tanks.
$40 carriers. Jesus.
200 cruisers. Alright, see you later, Cody. It's gonna go for a few minutes.
Okay.
Says try not to die too much while I'm gone.
I'll try. This one's blowtorch and corkscrew. Yeah, it is. Wanna Bridge.
These names are great.
Like,
They're coming. When? Just get up the hill, Polonsky.
oh wait, I need to see this robot. Yes, robot finally has a helmet. I'm proud of you, Roebuck. You've grown as a soldier. Value your own safety. Oh. A what? Oh, did I lose north?
No, I'm still here.
Oh,
I
okay.
was just I glanced away for a second and saw a really fucking stupid statement from some asshole regarding the winter blitz that's happening in the United States South right now.
Yeah, that's a few of my friends live down in the South right now. Well, they, not like right now, they've always lived in the South. And I feel really bad because they're not used to this shit.
They're not, and they're also getting colder temperatures right now than we are here in Michigan.
Yeah.
Which is
Like,
crazy to think about.
Like, they're getting temperatures I get normally, which they're not prepared for that.
Mm-hmm.
Their states are not. Like, Texas isn't, especially Houston, is not prepared for the sub-zero temperatures they're getting right now.
Well, I'm learning, apparently Texas has some really stupid fucking nonsense with its power grid where they were so desperate to avoid any kind of federal control and regulations that it's running on a bunch of, like, it's on a separate power grid from the rest of the United States.
Yeah. Like, there's a photo circulating of the Houston skyline still alight, but there's, like, the remaining city is completely blacked out.
Yep. So yeah, the thing I saw was apparently from the mayor, or they're saying apparently he resigned over this, fortunately, but the former mayor of Colorado City, Texas. So he opened this post saying, to people who are trying not to freeze to death, let me hurt some feelings while I have a minute.
What?
No one owes you or your family anything, nor is it the local government's responsibility to support you during trying times like this. Sink or swim, it's your choice. Sick and tired of people looking for a damn handout? Blada blada blada. A bunch of, like, bullshit from a man who's never known a day of hardship in his life, guaranteed. Only the strong will survive and the weak will perish, but he spelled it like church parish.
Oh my god. For one, that's awful. Also, a little bit hilarious because of that misspelling, but still, what? That's some villain shit he's saying.
Yeah. Well, and of course, then he opens it with the classic Republican reasoning of, folks, God has given us the tools to support ourselves in times like this. This is sadly a product of a socialist government. They feed people to believe that the fewer we're going to become dependent for handouts. Okay, fucker. You can't stiff up and whip your way through 1-degree temperatures that you don't have the state infrastructure to deal with. It's not a problem that private initiative can solve. They live on the borderlines of actual desert. There's no reason for anyone to have had to be prepared for this stuff. So to blame private citizens for the government's failure and call them weak for not being able to brute force their way through a situation they should never have had to deal with is asinine.
That's some fucking insane shit. Oh, god damn it.
Like, I'm going to cut myself off because if I say what I firmly believe that man deserves, it will violate Twitch guidelines, and I don't want to cause that problem for your stream.
Understandable. You could if you want to get it off your chest, you could just PM me that.
You can you've seen enough of my rants in the past, I imagine.
I can get a basic idea off of what you might say.
What I will say is, I hope that man never sleeps again for the rest of his life. I think that's within guidelines.
I definitely hope he doesn't have any sort of career after that, because he certainly doesn't deserve one. Oh, no, one! Oh my god, that was the first time I fucking did that right.
You actually have done it like once before, but yeah, it's gotta be quick on that one.
Oh no, shot Polanski.
It's like Polanski's invincible. I feel like there are times, very occasionally, where the game doesn't give you the friend-foe thing, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure that you just shot an American, but you might have.
I didn't get any sort of name when I had my reticle on him. We'll gloss over that possible war crime there.
Okay, like,
but while committing our war crimes, so yeah.
Therefore, you report it as an enemy.
You know what? Here's where we go and confirm. He was around here, wasn't he? Oh, there's ammo on grinder right here. Was it here? Oh, that's a carbine. That's even worse. Let's get out of here. I need to go.
No one saw anything.
Blosky, you didn't see a thing.
It's just, I don't understand how people in my country can have this perpetually sustained, like, not the guy in particular, because you know his thing is that he's an asshole. He likes being in a position of privilege and not having to do any, like, lift a finger to use his power for good. His motivation is clear. What baffles me is that people are electing public officials to public positions paid for by our tax money. And they think it makes sense for these people to tell them to fuck off when they need something. Like, that statement would barely fly in a sane world from the head of a corporation. At least that would be somewhat justified because a corporation is a private entity.
Yeah.
The government is supposed to exist.
You are, by title, a public servant. You are supposed to help the people in times of need because you've been given that power because you were elected by the people. And you are actively choosing to not do that. You're a shitty public servant.
You know what the real answer is? Is I have no idea what to do and either no resources or I'm not going to use the resources I have to help you. But if you admit that, you admit that you're a failure. Which is, in America, it is more shameful to be a failure than it is to be outright evil.
Yeah.
Because capitalism, everyone has to pretend to believe that they're full of merit even though they do nothing to actually gain it. My country fatigues me.
Trust me, we got... It's not perfect over here either.
Yeah.
As much as I would love it to be. Oh god, what was it? 5, that's it. Do I throw? No, no, that's it.
Isn't
Okay.
it like-
Alright, there.
Yeah.
I don't know how that worked, but okay.
You threw the charge into the boom zone.
But there was really nothing there to make it go boom.
There was nothing.
Except for
That's
that
right.
except for that cannon over there.
That cannon that seemed to be having a very interesting interaction with the game's flames, by the way. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, I think the flames are out now. Oh no, they're still going strong. We can look at this. Does that look damaged to you? It don't look damaged to me.
Nope. Looks
Well-
like there's just some general radial fires, you know, as are known to happen in war.
Yeah, you know,
sources.
just some go on angelfire.com, download fire.gif. Call it a day.
But yeah, yeah. As much as I would love to believe that everything's just hunky-dory in Canada, I have heard enough. Certainly, Lucas mentioned a number of things. It's like I wish that you folks up there had as good a time as liberals here in the States like to think you do.
Oh man, I would kill for the liberal world that that apparently we have here. I got something better for that than flamethrower.
Outstanding, Miller. Only one to go.
That was kind of an odd prompt, yeah. Like, use the flamethrower when you've got the thing that makes it all explode.
So, since we're now on Okinawa, I kind of want to talk about the Pacific and
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah,
How-
the Okinawa episodes?
yeah, those are legitimately hard to watch. Some of the parts that they show in those episodes, like
Oh, yeah, I'm thinking back. You remember the whole progression with the, like when they get to the ridge line, and there's that one particular Japanese soldier's corpse in the destroyed sandbag pit?
yeah, like, and the scene with the civilians, that I skip that part sometimes. I actually am a little bit disturbed by it.
I mean, I can fully understand. It's not exactly pleasant to watch.
No.
Yeah, fascist governments are awful to everyone, including their own people. Like, there's really nothing to add to that. Hey, young mother, go die for the Emperor. It's not great.
Alright, there we go.
We had well, Chris, like, so talking about that, as much as World at War does a pretty good job for the most part, there's really nothing. Well, I wouldn't say nothing, but you would have to make a very atypical Call of Duty mission if you wanted to really capture
Convoy won't be far behind.
Okinawa.
Yeah.
Because World at War doesn't pull punches on much, but it does here.
Yeah, I feel like it does this part of the campaign a little bit of a disservice. Because
Yeah, of course that. Well, you can definitely, like. Yeah, Well, because the whole problem there, right, is on one hand, the writers clearly did want to like examine the world critically, but on the other hand, they were a whole lot more ready to do that with those damn commies than they were with our boys, so to speak.
Yeah. I was like, oh, look at the monstrous actions taken upon by the communist bloc over there, while our good old American men are simply fighting through a tough adversary.
Well, of course, because World War definitely doesn't hold anything back as far as the direct military tactics of the Imperial Japanese Army. But the instant you get into the really grim stuff like civilian suicide bombings is the point where no matter what happens at that point, soldier kind of has to confront, it might not be my fault, but I am still like, involved in the death of civilians.
Yeah.
And no matter who I may be,
Oh shit.
fucking
Oh! Whoa! Hi Raid, what's up?
we're
28.
fun times discussing the relative difference in the HBO Pacific miniseries depiction of World at War versus of World War II versus World at War's depiction of it.
Oh.
And if you can see
Oh, ah! Run away! Ah, yes, this is definitely gonna be very endearing for our new viewers. Watch me run away like a huge coward from all these Japanese soldiers.
this gang party of raiders, where they have chosen Pikachu as their emblem.
They
Yeah,
I got ripped up there.
yeah. Like it was an innocent mistake. You got excited to go around the corner, and unfortunately there were bad things around that corner.
Listen, I talked about corners a little earlier, you know, and I was a little gun-ho there, but, you know, we live and learn. Also, these two guys back here are a problem. I shall take care of them. There, they've been taken care of. Okay.
The lore of the disposable AI, self-aware AI expands. They position themselves back there so they could keep annoying you after the checkpoint.
Oh, okay. Hide behind here. Okay, is there anyone? Oh, no, just that guy. I think we're. Oh yeah, we're cooking with gas now. Oh.
That
y'all. Okay, good. No one knows that. No one. I need this.
Look, they heard a Type 99 firing, and
That could have been anyone.
yeah, that could have been any enemy soldier.
Oh, it's too bad I can't climb up here. Never played World War II. Oh, me neither. Well, no, I played Call of Duty World War II.
Comes back and says, "I'm back, and you're already doing war crimes."
Shush! I didn't do it. It was the enemy. The enemy killed that man.
And was of course, it was a captured 30 cal that may or may not have taken another Marine's head off earlier. Tragic how they turn around.
Really strange how that happened. But the enemy's using our weapons against us? That is truly unfair. Ow. Ow. Oh no, you missed. Aha.
World at War seems to like just stationing one Imperial Japanese rifleman at the top of a ladder you're going to climb up.
No, no, no! Get away from me! Oh. Like, that dude was on a mission. He was coming right for me. He got his orders from his lieutenant over there. Oh, no, that's not right. That was lieutenant. That's the right way to pronounce that word.
Cody says just to burn everyone. That's clearly the most moral way of killing enemies.
Oh, no, that's Bum. Bum was talking about our other friend in high school, Cody.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I understand now. I'm sorry. I am dumb.
Oh, that's fine.
To be clear, being I'm proving my own point. Being dumb is not a point of shame for me. It's part of my brand. But, I apologize. This means I tend to misunderstand things.
We got mortar positions above us.
Ooh, ow.
I forget, were you present? I think it was a DMC streamer that came up that I gave my thesis statement on why I firmly believe I'm actually stupid.
Yes, I was there for that. But, for those in the chat who don't know, feel free to explain to them.
Well, basically the whole thing is, so I got through college. I didn't do great in college. I graduated with like a 2.7, but whatever. I got the bachelor's, which is the only thing that most people care about anyway. But so the reason that I say that I'm actually stupid, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, I don't think that intelligence or lack thereof is inherently good or bad. But, I can sound really smart when I am working in a context where I can, see, I'm demonstrating it right now. Where I can use a bunch of words that were already agreed on to say certain things and state certain ideas.
Now let's get out of this damn hole and start dealing.
But that's not really me being smart, it's me memorizing things that other people came up with that sound smart.
Miller, get over here. Hold on, kid. We're gonna get you out of here. Help me get him on the
Whereas
truck.
when I have to find new ways to explain things as just happened, you can hear my brain grinding to a halt.
We're running on empty.
Mm.
Now the supplies not bad, okay? Tomorrow? How the hell are we supposed to hold out till tomorrow? This is bullshit. You hear this, Sarge?
Bond says Cody's the history swore nerd, I'm just dumb.
Castle is mostly deserted.
And also says so you're just stealing the intelligence about this. Yeah, basically. That's basically what
Yeah? That's what we thought after Pelican.
stealing, borrowing. I mean, the distinction is sometimes hazy. But
There's-
basically, yeah.
Is
I
there
think that's-
something like a intelligence succubus? You know, you suck the intelligence out of someone?
Potentially. But if I did that, I would just turn it into horny anyway. I
Yeah.
wouldn't keep the intelligence.
No, knowing your brand, yeah.
But that's a fair way to put it. I mean, yeah. Like, I am adopting the ways of expressing things that smarter people than me invented. And that makes me sound smart, but you have to remember I didn't invent them.
Word is, main force.
I swear, every war media loves to use the term breaking point.
Well, because it's so free.
It's it's free as well, America's not really free. It's free as like a free taco.
Yep, that's a good way of putting that. Bomb says in D&D, yes, there are creatures that eat your intelligence. Yep, intellect devourers, mind flayers, all the fun psionic ones.
Oh, there goes that guy. Yeah. No, I need y'all to leave me alone.
I love that they clearly give you access to the scoped Springfield very visibly, and like seconds before they spring a bonsai charge on you. Like, they planned that so that you would go for the Springfield, drop the Tommy, and then be caught off guard by these guys.
Okay, that guy just stopped. Alright, there we go. Happy ending right there. For me, not him.
Yeah.
Give ammo. Did Robot just yell eat dirt?
probably not every line of dialogue is.
I'm just surprised he's not swearing.
Yeah. Well, because they certainly swear enough, there's no reason not to say eat shit.
Oh my god! I just wanted to grab ammo!
Well, that means while you are grabbing ammo is the perfect time for them to bonsai charge.
No, let me, get out of the way, Pulaski. Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. Trees are my friend.
Wait, am I remembering? Ron's saying I think they started swearing them in Modern Warfare 2 or Black Ops. Am I imagining that they're swearing in World at War?
No, I mean, in the last mission, right as you got to the top and cleared that MG nest, you can hear Roebuck saying, out fucking standing.
Yeah.
Run away.
I didn't remember that wrong.
Okay, good, they're fighting them.
Sometime I should look up stuff about Marines running out of ammo in the Battle of Okinawa. This set of events seems odd.
What is he doing? He's just sitting there.
He's just vibing.
Oh, god damn it! No, I still need to get stuff. Okay, I got ammo. I got ammo. Why is there more? Aww.
Man, imagine if you were still playing on Veteran.
Oh, this would be the worst. No! Grabbing that. I'm just gonna lie down for a moment. This is safe. I am now safe. I'm gonna reload. Please no grenades. That's rude.
Says he understands your pain.
I know the pain. Smile.
Don clarifies that was indeed the meaning of beating this game on Veteran difficulty.
Alright, I got the perfect weapon for this.
There were so many grenades.
Wait, you guys aren't coming down? Okay.
They tricked you, you're a tunnel rat now.
Tunnel snakes rule. Ohio!
These guys were not prepared.
I'm from Ohio. Hey, that was an easy segment. What are they even satcheling? Hold on, we're just gonna stand back for a second here. What?
That's right. I have to say...
You know what? I respect the effort.
That man had the supernatural ability to reload a belt-fed weapon by pressing his palm into its bottom.
How did you get? Oh, you. Okay.
You know what is a just a little dumb touch that they absolutely should have added to the multiplayer version of this map. A
Oh,
player
boy.
usable version of those little dugout pits with the wooden slat covers.
Oh, that would have been sick.
Like, I'm not saying that it would have been super useful most of the time, but it would have been fun, right?
Yeah, you just pop out right behind someone who's like set up right here. Oh god. I need to move up. This is a bad spot I'm in. Oh, no! This is bad! I am now
Okay, we're
safe.
just navigating the ins and outs of the meta. Moving forward far enough to make the AI do things, but not so far you die.
Wow. I'm surprised they didn't shoot me there.
Yeah, I'm astonished. To throw a
Ah.
grenade, force you out, and then shoot you?
Get up those stairs. Through the gate.
Oh, guys behind us.
Man, where's that one Marine who was sitting in the back on Peleliu? We need him here.
Yeah, we need. Oh, what was his name? Winfield or something? I think it was
That
close to
sounds
that.
right.
Sounds about right. Also, poor Shirai Castle. This thing gets the shit end of life a lot.
Yeah.
It's burned down like 3 times or
I
something.
didn't know that.
Like, even recently, like, within like 2 years it burned down? Like 2 years ago or something?
Ron says AI is using logic in a Call of Duty game. Nonsense. We can dream.
Listen, the advancement of AI will be amazing someday. What we truly need is the AI to just become self-aware, like in the Half-Life VR, but the self-aware series. That'd be great.
From Wayne Radio TV. Wait, really, Bomb? Bomb says they made fish AI.
Did they make fish AI? Oh, I could double sniper if I want. That's probably a bad idea, though.
That's a meme loadout. Imagine if you had, like, snail eye stalks, so you could dual wield and use the scopes.
Oh my god.
You need 4 arms to work the bolts, but it's a nice idea.
Listen, it's made for couples. Date idea. You and me. We raid a building. No, wait. We both snipe a building full of hostiles with our dual-mounted sniper. I do need the Type 100 now. I have run out of ammo for the Thompson.
Ron said the fish AI was a joke because they said that was the highest thing they made when it was already being used in N64 games. Well, also, just so I don't leave you hanging, I mean, if you ever want to go on that date, hit me up.
Listen, that's more of an idea for you and your boy.
This is fair.
I'm an ideas guy. I know nothing about romance, but I will give advice. Oh! I didn't know. All right, we're. What? There was another one. Dude, these guys were super camouflaged.
See, Haunted, that was actually a moral choice, and if you hadn't gone into that room, you wouldn't have had to kill those men.
Oh, damn it!
You're evil now.
I am the evil man. Let's take this.
Hang on,
Double down on our evilness. We're taking a bell-fed machine gun.
Also, I do want to point out this confirms what we said earlier, that the IJA have been stealing American weapons because that Browning was in the room with them.
How dare they? But also, thank you.
I am angered that you have stolen a traditional weapon of my country, but grateful you have access to it at this time of need. The funny thing is that the 30 cal, given how old it was by the time of this war, is probably one of the closest things the army, well, other than the Springfield you're holding, had to a traditional weapon.
Yeah, they got pretty advanced.
You might say that the 30 cal Browning is the One-sama of the United States World War II armory.
Alright, here's where I want to talk about the logistics of this.
Yeah? You want to talk about throwing mortar rounds?
Yeah, like, does that seem like a good idea to you? Smacked an explosive on the ground and then throw it.
Uh-huh.
Totally banking on it's not gonna blow up on me.
Uh-huh. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not how mortar shells are supposed to be armed normally. Like,
There's a reason we shoot them out of a tube.
you're gambling a lot that none of these are going to react that way. You're also gambling a lot on the strength of your throwing arm. Like,
Today we find out that Miller here actually is a Division I baseball player, pitcher, actually. I don't think there's much of these guys left. Throw that there.
Bomb says throwing mortars seems like the best idea for me, at least the most fun idea. So, I take it you're very much in the I'm here for a good time, not a long time camp?
Yeah, Bum's got a death wish. And myself and my friend Austin, it's our goal to make sure that Bum lives forever, actually. Thus causing him ultimate suffering.
That does tie in with what we discussed earlier.
Oh, jeez. There are many other people you could shoot.
Yep, it has to be you.
You got... Are they gonna do anything about this? I'm currently heavily pinned down.
I have no clue what you say by saying I have or what you mean by saying I have a disc wish. I just want a short life, that's all.
Oh, that didn't get him. Alright. I think... No, I didn't get him.
This is what it's all about. High-level COD gameplay. Scoped in and just slowly inching around.
Yes. Oh, wait.
I had some very good multiplayer matches by doing almost exactly this.
Damn it. I thought I could lean and get it. Also, I have fixed up Light Nightbot. It's not spamming the chat this time.
That is true.
And there are more commands if you look in the about. Like the homie commands, which anyone can do.
Ah, I see this.
Shit. Nope. Get up. Oh, perfect. I want this carbine. One. What did I even hit that on?
It's hard to say.
I'm just gonna see what happens. I am the mortar launcher. Oh, that was very close! Now it's on fire. But that's fine. How do you like it? Ah, no, no, get away from me.
You know, Hunted, if I didn't know better, I'd say you're feeling a little bit of annoyance towards the AI.
Yeah. Oh. Take out the mortar pit. I did.
That was a pre-programmed line that has never regard to what you've actually done.
Okay, you know what? Ooh.
Also, update on the real-time video share. Now we're at PS1 graphics.
Yeah, there we go. What the fuck are you telling me? Okay, one second. I need to go grab one of those fucking mortar rounds. And we can just run around with this. This is fine. We could just do that.
Hey, there's nothing dangerous about this unless you trip.
Apparently that wasn't... Oh, I know. I can't read a map, apparently.
Yeah, Von said to look at the mini map.
Damn it. Okay. Oh, damn. Grant got messed up right there. Alright, it does seem that if I take out this gentleman... Oh, okay, it did it again. If I take out this gentleman, he does not respawn, which is great. Is it back behind me?
Bum says
Oh.
the same VC as the two of you, but I get the feeling that the stream will turn to me backseat gaming.
I don't really care about backseat gaming. It's fine. I had a literal Portal stream, which you can watch as it goes up this week. Oh God, you're not friendly. I have a little Portal stream where a speedrunner came in the middle of it and just kind of guided me through doing some skips. So I am not opposed to backseat gaming, especially if it's helpful. Oh, this is out. No, not a good time for bonsai! That was your fault, man.
I do also just love the slight jank of if you shoot them enough that they fall into the ground animation, but then have to shoot them again to kill them, they get back up again to fall over.
Yeah. I can't even see these guys. I need to move over here. What even... Okay. There's so much going on. There's so much going on over here.
Wood is known to be highly explosive.
I swear the entire American advance is completely halted by 3 guys who need to be stopped by 1 guy.
The cruel mathematics of war.
Ah, there it is. Death card. Oh, there it is. You see, this is what a good defensive posture can bring. That entire bonsai charge completely forwarded.
Okay, we're nearly there.
All 3 of it.
Be en route to assist. Good. Well, this place to keep the top. Stay alert. Flank round both sides.
I'm trying to remember what this is Courtyard, ain't it?
I believe so, yeah. Or was Courtyard the big version of the castle?
I think the big version was literally just called Castle.
Oh yeah, you're right.
They were really creative with some of these names.
the duality of map names. They're either the most literal thing ever or completely incomprehensible.
Get your ass down! Grenade! Shot us cornered! We need some cover!
Bomb says, not gonna lie, I don't remember playing that much multiplayer in World at War. I played a lot.
I played this one a lot.
I'm sorry about this. Bomb says I spend most of that time getting called racial slurs and Nazi zombies.
Oh, well, I mean, we all kind of got that as well.
I did because I only played with friends I knew personally.
You know what? Actually, yeah, that's true. I didn't really play, like, oh, okay. Damn, they ran up on me. I didn't really, like, just go online and, like, alright, I'm just gonna play with randos, because that was always a bad time. At least in Nazi Zombies. I had a choice there. Matchmaking, man, you get called everything under the sun. Regardless of what your race, gender, or creed is.
Yeah, see, PC multiplayer back in the age of dedicated servers, I would just look for the server that had a zero tolerance policy for
Yeah.
slurs.
Yeah, as a console player, didn't have that.
Yeah.
I just had to... You sure did learn a lot. Learn a lot of new fancy words. That weren't... Oh, Polonsky, you gonna shoot him? No? Okay.
Says I didn't play most multiplayer because my Wi-Fi was shit.
That's
Sorry
fair.
about that.
Yeah, our Wi-Fi in our city is very hit and miss. In the older neighborhoods, they got fiber first actually because it was very easy to install. They just had to change it because it was overhead. Newer neighborhoods before the fiber became a normal thing, it was put underground. So ironically, the newest neighborhoods got fiber, but the newer neighborhoods that were like built between like 2008 and 2010, they didn't have fiber.
Bum says I learned how to piss off most of those people by slipping in nonchalant insults here and there. Yeah, that's really all it takes with most of those types.
Oh yeah.
Like, wait, you're not allowed to shoot back. I'm supposed to just get to be a jerk to you and you don't respond.
I'm just supposed to be allowed to shoot from the hip the whole time and have zero repercussions.
That reminds me of one of the most ridiculous things I ever saw in COD for multiplayer. Like this wasn't offensive in the sense of like bigotry, but it was just a clan or at least some folks from the same clan who just jumped into a match. I think it was the name of that one is Backstreet. It's the more Middle Eastern map where it's more like dusk lighting. And it's a lot of alleyways and stuff.
Is that Crash? Does that have a knockdown? Oh, wait.
Crash is the one with the knockdown Chinook in the central courtyard. Yeah, and that's more broad daylight.
Yeah.
But it's like a similar feel to Crash, but in Twilight.
Open fire!
Oh, I remember which one it is.
Clear the area!
I feel like maybe this MG is a bad idea, but I'll try.
It's fortunate that MG had all the ammo and not the 20-round micro belts that I seem to recall these things actually used. But so yeah, it was just this group of three players from the same clan who wow, grenades are really taking a toll right now.
Really ripping them. 1 in 5 Americans.
all jumped into this match with me and my then friends, and they all brought LMGs. And do you want to know what they did the entire time?
What?
They just walked forward, firing from the hip down the streets.
Okay, that's kind of hilarious.
It really was. The thing is that, like, you could tell that they didn't even bother to aim because they didn't really hit much of anything most of the time. So it was hilarious half the time, but then they would. I won't deny that because I was. Of course, I was younger and more rational. I would get really angry if they'd actually hit someone. Now I would just think it was that it was just pure hilarity, but it didn't help that I was running with some guys at the time who had a lot of like dumb elitist complexes around COD multiplayer. Like they weren't like super toxic people overall, but they were the kind who were like just weirdly snobbish about it, you know?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
But the kind to be like, bunny hopping is just being agile, but don't use a grenade launcher, you noob.
Don't use the noob tube, noob.
Yeah, literally. Stuff like that.
Ah, damn it! That was dumb on me. Should have hid.
Yeah. And just like constantly priming themselves, so I ended up learning this from them and had to take a while to unlearn it after, to be annoyed by completely innocuous stuff that was just a matter of playstyle. Or like it was the dumbest thing because they were skilled players. But I would say at least half the satisfaction that we get from being skilled in a COD match, we lost by conditioning ourselves to get way too angry about tiny stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're running martyrdom? You're running last stand? You subhuman filth. It wasn't actually to that extent. But there was always a lot of, like, I'm not angry, I'm not mad. Just, like, continuous griping about it.
I remember that too, Bum. People would get really mad at you if you were just always aiming down sight, aiming down the scope.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh, you have no skills. Like, well, you're dead, and number go up for me, so shut up.
Yeah, I remember that too. Like, I mean, if you like quickscoping, go ahead, quickscope.
Yeah, do it.
I just personally like lurking in the scope. The scope is soothing. The scope is safe.
The scope makes me feel good.
Yeah. A bum says even more than they got mad at you for using anything other than a sniper.
It's like, well, why are there other weapons in this game then? Why is this not just a sniper game? Oh, that guy's gonna try and kill me.
Yeah, it's like, the reason that I don't now like complain about people who like use all the gadgets they started putting in later COD games. It's like, well, the devs put that stuff in there.
Wow.
Like,
What
they did put
oh, okay.
it in the game, and it's fair to not like those items, but if they're a big enough sticking point for you that you don't want to play with them, well, don't play that game. Like, trying to police other people's gameplay to create a perfect gameplay experience for yourself is just really toxic behavior.
And also impossible.
Yeah.
Because how are you supposed to build a player base around that?
Yeah. So you just spend all of your time being absurdly salty about every minute thing, and ironically, you give people the power to make you angrier and more annoyed than you ever would have if you just decided to roll with it. Because when you start doing that, you teach yourself that it is normal for your emotions to be dependent on other people acting the way you want them to. So, once that conditioning sets in, anyone can do any random thing and fuck with you.
You're giving them ammo when you really shouldn't be. Like, come on, guys.
Yes.
Think a little bit.
Vagabond says it's also the same bastards for always drop-shotting. I remember that was a whole thing, too. And it's like, again, the mental energy that we would spend, because drop-shotting was another one of our things, because of course it was. The mental energy we would spend getting pissed about that, or sniping at people, you know what we could have used it on? Learning to shoot people who drop-shot.
Okay, robot. Really took his time on that.
You could see the code changing around.
It's gonna go in here. Oh, there's no one in here. Perfect.
You know what I feel a weird urge to go back to if it's still active? Although it probably wouldn't be given that Squad exists now. But, you ever hear of a Battlefield 2 mod called Project Reality?
No. Also, I can't believe it's starting us all the way back there. God damn it.
Yeah.
I thought I got a checkpoint.
Project Reality was trying to be what its name suggests. And so it was a mod for Battlefield 2 where the whole thing was basically trying to turn Battlefield 2 into more of a simulator FPS that still had, like, it's still the basic Battlefield gameplay stuff of capturing points and tickets, but everything around that was trying to be way more realistic.
Yeah. So, like a hybrid of Battlefield and Arma.
Yeah, which meant that it basically it was honestly more playable than Arma was most of the time.
Well, yeah, Arma's an unplayable mess of a game.
Just jank as hell, yeah. Honestly, the most fun I had with Arma was Arma 2, just downloading a bunch of random vehicle and weapon mods and playing around in the freaking free roam mode with randomly spawning challenges and stuff.
Yeah.
Because if you're trying to play the game seriously as a sim, it's just not fun.
Yeah, no, it sucks.
Whereas, like, spawning with whatever sniper rifle and seeing how long I could survive against randomly spawning AI in the map. Which, by the way, this is so jank was Arma 2 that the game didn't even tell you about this feature. Because there's a thing of the game, right, where...
Yeah.
Well, do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure if I do. Go ahead, tell me.
There was a mode that because all it tells you is that it's letting you take a thing and test it or free play with it. So, I forget the exact wording, but it's formatted that you think it's like a shooting range thing. Or like... Oh wait, we're at this part.
On the ground now! Keep those hands up! Oh shit!
Oh, did you hear that? You could just hear a robot giving his last order. Oh, that's funny.
I want to draw attention to the fact that they decided to close with these guys immediately.
Like, they have had a take no prisoners approach so far. But now you decide, oh, we'll check these guys, search them, see what they got. What the fuck do you think's gonna happen?
Yeah, they didn't even hesitate either. And this is after you already fought through all the rainy stuff on Okinawa. They should know. Anyway, yeah.
Apparently I'm
so
not
Arma
hating
2
shit.
Yeah, Arma 2 just had that whole thing where he might be at the range where the sniper bullet just ceases to exist.
Oh.
Because that exists in COD. And I noticed because there's a specific thing that was really pronounced in some large custom COD formats that I played, where sniper bullets would cease to exist at ranges where normal rifle bullets continued to keep going.
Oh. Well, that sucks.
So I don't know if it's still in World at War, but I think it is. In fact, I think it's the same, and it's something specifically tied to do with the way the scopes change the hit scan. Like, having a scope on your rifle changes the behavior of the weapon. I know this because, there were times certain sightlines you can get on the Salo Heights multiplayer map, if you're trying to shoot through the tunnels, if you can try to go way to the back where you can just barely see where the enemy spawn, you often can't hit people. But if you take the scope off the rifle, you can do it, if your aim's good enough. Also, this... Can we take a second to appreciate the voice acting for this pilot sounding like it's out of the 90s?
Yeah. Oh. Hey, I'm trying to appreciate the destruction here.
See, you were talking earlier about how this poor castle's burned down 3 times.
This is a bit worse than being burned down. We're blowing it to smithereens.
Welcome back, Charles. Charles says, oh no, the frames.
Don't mind them. Don't mind those. Wait, where am I supposed to drop more ordnance? Just willy-nilly?
Charles says, still suffering but with friends now. Wait, did you not actually stop playing League?
Oh my god.
Or are you just referring to the stream frame rate?
Okay, wait, what's my objective here? Oh, the east building. That one? That one? No, wait. No. Northwest, east. Do you want me to drop more there? Oh. I don't know who followed me, but thank you.
Charles says, I did, but then Big Back called me to play. I see.
Oh, the big back called it in. Alright, that's fair. And the big back is strong. It will carry you to victory.
So, yeah, listen to Bomb. Maybe don't. Well, I mean, I guess Haunted's changed too now, but... Also, Tyler, the frames are trying their best. Thank you for the follow.
Oh, there it is.
Dom says to Charles to get called back by the siren's call.
It's over.
And that's it. We are done the campaign in Japan. The Pacific has been won by the cost of Kiefer Sutherland, so really, truly a loss.
This is the enemy's last stand. When we take Shuri Castle, we go home. All of us.
Autobook wasn't wrong, you're all going home, just he's going home in a box.
It will be a lovely box.
We'll have a flag on it.
Yeah. You know, his friends will look nice, so wear their dress blues at the funeral. If they give him a funeral.
And if that happens, they might press F to pay respects.
Yeah.
That will never die.
Chat, could we get an F for Roebuck there?
When our flag flies over the city, our enemies' defeat and humiliation will be beyond question.
Bomb says, nah, fuck that dude.
Okay. Fine. I tried.
You will be okay. Do you hear me? They flooded their own metro in an effort to kill us.
Yeah, Reznov, how did we survive?
Once again,
Would you like to explain that?
once more, we cheat death.
We're just so fucking tough.
For a few minutes. Breathe deeply. Which do you think will lead us home? Writing about this war or fighting it?
Well, that's probably accurate, Bomb. He did survive because of Russian magic,
Yeah.
also known as vodka.
Yeah.
This music and Reznov just angrily shoving that flag into Chernov's arms while saying that stuck with me all these years, I have to say.
Like, this doesn't exactly feel like a huge victory moment. This feels like, man, we're going through some fucking shit. Ah, now we got the, what was that? The SVT.
Take the left flank and eradicate whatever scum remains in defense of each building. Yes, Commissar. You heard him, comrades. To the left.
Okay, here's something I definitely didn't pick up on when I was younger.
We are in the final
You know what's
hours of
weird,
Berlin's downfall.
but good as a voice acting element? The near meek tones with which Reznov responded to the Commissar.
It really shows how important the Commissar is. That the most bombastic character here bows to him. That even he has a leader. Uh-oh. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Don't mind him. Oh. I forgot that the SVT has a very, like, out of all the weapons here, it has such a unique sound to it.
yeah, I really like it.
Oh. Alright, let's try this again.
Yeah, the T-43 handles better in shooting, but the SVT sounds just a little bit better.
Yeah, just it's like a hair. It feels like you can really hear the impact of the rounds. Are you, Reznov, are you sure we can't just use this 88 on them? Also, oh god.
No, that 100% functional 88 is unfortunately fixed in place by Nazi super magic. No human hand can operate it now.
No. Forgot the instructions. Actually, they just didn't translate the instructions.
That's really all you have to do.
Do you feel... I got a real up-close look at that grenade as it flew by my face.
Oh, as we've discussed before, the grenades hunger for your blood. It's naturally go for the throat.
It's the most deadly grenade. It's the hungriest grenade. It's like that Duran Duran song, "Hungry Like the Grenade."
I think my favorite jokes on these streams are where we get dumbest. Like, that is objectively unfunny, but it's still funny to me.
That's my shtick. Is this like kind of dry, like what? Oh, god damn it! Kind of humor.
It's a good shtick, it really is.
I watched too much Naked Gun growing up. Leslie Nielsen left a very big imprint on me. It also helps that I live in the city he's from.
Yeah.
Oh, PPSH Chan, what would I do without you?
Probably is not enough Naked Gun.
Yeah, I honestly need to make more Naked Gun references. I think that's what I'll do on one of my off days. I'll just watch a bunch of Naked Gun.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh. Yeah, I'll let you know, Bum, when I do that. Oh, the...
I remember the exact experience of running into that room on Veteran back in the day, out of ammo, and those guys just shredding me.
Ugh. It doesn't look like there's a death card in here, though. Oh, for some reason I thought that like a bag thing that was floating around was actually a floating brick.
Yeah. Also, we got a minute here. Do you want to like actually hold on and like look at the view of the Reichstag from out there?
Oh yeah, that's right. Let's look at that.
Because you just get a really nice view on this blasted approach.
There's the heart of the Reich.
What's left of it?
Yeah, it's got heart palpitations.
Also, just all the flak going off overhead and the
Nothing, nothing there.
Oh yeah, it's like someone has to be operating those 88s. What are they shooting at?
The invisible. Oh shit, were those guys trying to surrender? I couldn't tell.
You know what it is? It's Hitler wants them to try and kill Odin in retribution for him not helping them win the war.
How dare you leave us, Odin? I was like, well, for one, Odin was never here. He wouldn't have helped you, Nazi scum.
Mm-hmm. Probably didn't help that they just tried to go for every mythology. Like, I think generally, most supernatural entities are probably not gonna like it if you're purporting to, like, call on them for power. But you're just like shopping around, taking bits and pieces from whatever mythology. The Nazis even fucking dug up the Thule mythos. Mm-hmm. And do you want to know what's incredibly stupid about that?
What?
Thule is believed to be this, like, prehistoric pinnacle civilization that the name itself comes from this Greek historian pretty obviously making a place up. Like, he talks about the fruits and grains and millet that they grow in Thule and how it's a paradise where the sun never sets.
Yeah.
But also, or as you approach it, there's this substance that's not water or land, so you can neither swim nor walk through it.
Ah, so it's Mountain Dew. Code Red.
Yes, clearly. So that's the whole origin of the name, the whole idea of a Thule civilization. So the thing that happens in the centuries after that, right, is that all of these fuckers who wanted to believe in it kept declaring every new, most northern place. Because Thule was supposed to be the home of the Hyperboreans, whose name in Greek just means beyond the north wind, basically. Well, the most north, and they live beyond the north wind. So every new most northerly place that the Greek and Roman scholars who wanted to believe in Thule discovered, they named that Thule, and they decided the previous place they'd called Thule wasn't Thule. So of course it's clearly bullshit, because by this methodology, sooner or later you'll find the place that's most north, and you can retroactively say, ah, I was right all along, I found Thule, I knew it existed.
Yeah.
So the Nazis dug all that up and decided to take it seriously. Because of course they were like, oh yes, Thule, the homeland of the perfect Aryan race, who before recorded history lived in they all lived for like 1,000 years and had super high technology.
No, you.
Bond says, invite me. Not gonna lie, I started looking into one of the weirdest Nazi conspiracy theories because of World War when I was in high school.
Which one was that, Bum? What are you looking into?
Wait for the signal. It is almost over. Today is the day of...
Also, while you were talking about Thule, I was doing nothing but just staring at the commissar here. You alright, man? You good?
He's just full of Stalin energy.
It's really like coming out here, you know. Like, his eyes may as well have the hammer and sickle in them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, now there are planes. Now the flak makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, don't look too closely at those planes, because I think they might be the same Heinkel models that were used for the Stalingrad mission, which are a German medium bomber.
That's pretty suspect.
I thought the Luftwaffe was destroyed. Anyway, Bomb says the conspiracy theory was something called Element 115 that gets referenced in the Nazi Zombies game mode.
I need to stop dying immediately.
Today is the day of our glorious day. For ourselves and for Mother Russia.
Oh, he is talking. I thought he was just, like, projecting his voice there. I'm gonna try a different route. We're gonna go with Euro Rail works.
Number 592. You know what's freaking weird?
What?
That for some reason in English nomenclature we've just agreed that the shorthand for number is no. And then in German it's NU, which makes 1,000 times more sense.
Shit.
That's not. I feel like you want these idiots blown up out of pure hatred and not technical necessity.
I mean, for all we know, those idiots might have killed his family. Who knows?
That's the secret deep lore of this campaign, is that Reznov needed to come here in order to blow up the guns that killed his family in Operation Barbarossa. You've actually been chasing them all this time.
Yeah. Like.
And that's why we can't use 88s.
No, he forbids the use of 88s. Even if it would give us a major tactical advantage. Alright. Plant that.
Bomb says the Englishmen are just that weird and fucking making random dumb shit up and making it canon. Yeah, that's the English. I mean, they made up an empire and made it canon.
Wait a sec. Did you see that? Hold on.
I actually did not.
Hold on. I need to see if this will happen again. Did that... No, go away. I think I saw that 88 fire its cannon with no crew.
Oh, I have seen that before. Well, because like what's happening is that the firing is usually keyed to an animation, and the game doesn't necessarily have like protocol. I think it did it again while you were underneath it.
We might need to look back at the footage on that. Oh, nope, 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 nope! Damn it. Thank you, Bomb, for clipping. Okay, that's down. Gravovsky Factory number 484 will... Oh.
It can still protect you.
Yay!
In fact, it will be even more effective than that, since having already blown up, it can't blow up while you're behind it. It's just science.
Listen, there's nothing explosive left in it. It all blew up already. No, go back over there. Gotta push up. We are gonna try and get in here. Alright, no one can hurt us in here now. We are totally safe.
Pro tip, when you are in a room, you cannot be hurt.
That crew over there was very lax about the situation. Like, you're about to be overrun, and that one guy looked like he was about to have a cigarette. Which also means that dude's a badass. Oh, god damn it.
They relaxed because they had grenades.
Like, they knew they had me. We only have to kill that one guy who is ripping apart our forces en masse.
And then the entire Red Army will cease advancing. Not just here, the entire front.
They'll all go back home.
Look, when Reznov said that as long as you live, the heart of the Red Army can never be broken, he meant it literally. The war will actually... Well, at least, as far as the Red Army is concerned, the war will be lost if you die. It's canon. You know the worst part is? That if you just took this game in isolation, you could legitimately argue that's the point. You could argue that's actually supposed to be it.
You can even say the same thing about, like, any of these campaigns and any of the Call of Duties. As soon as you're dead, oh, it's all over for everyone.
Mm-hmm. That's it, the Germans won.
You guys are on the doorstep of victory. Well, we lost this guy. Everyone kind of liked him, you know. He was a cool guy. He brought the appetizers to the he brought the appetizers to the party, and we lost him. It was unrecoverable.
We just couldn't stomach the idea of having a victory celebration without those appetizers.
Imagine being one of the survivors on what is now Planet Hitler, and that's the explanation you have to give to your children why the Nazis are in charge.
Oh, it's just regular Car 98s. I was hoping for a scoped variant.
Yeah, you know what I actually quite appreciate here? They don't really give you any weapons to pick up with much oomph during this sequence. Like, honestly, the most exciting thing you found is the SVT-40 itself.
And you start with that. Ow.
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, I'm safe here. Dude, you might want to get out of there. Okay, it's fine. Ooh, ow. Ooh,
Here's the
ow.
checkpoint.
Oh, okay, Don't mind me, I was just walking through the lines.
As you do.
I go where I please. Ow. No. Ow, ow, ow. Oh. Eh. Alright, we're safe. Or I could use some peripheral vision. Oh, well that didn't work that time.
It did not.
Damn. Nope, go away. No, go away. Yeah.
I was watching the wrong feed for a second there, and I was wondering, because I'm taking the audio from the real-time feed, of course.
Yeah.
So I was wondering why I was hearing a PPSH firing out of sync with the stream.
Oh, you know, I got some mods going now.
Time dilation?
Yeah.
As you do. Alright, so, how do you feel about, like, again, putting yourself in the shoes of the enemy here, being one of these hopeless soldiers trying to defend the heart of the Reich, knowing very clearly that this is a lost cause
Yeah.
at this point, and out of the building behind you, you hear the fucking Königreiter Marsch play.
I'd be mad as fuck.
Yes, same. I feel like I would feel like the speakers were laughing at me.
It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Look at this situation. We're done. This is over. And you're gonna play your fucking victory music over this? Also, oh no, I'm stuck here. Let me down.
Yeah, because, if you didn't already know, the Königreiter Marsch was literally written as victory music. The reason that it was named the Königreiter Marsch was that it was written to commemorate the decisive Prussian,
Damn.
victory over the Austrians in the Battle of Königgrätz, which was actually one of the decisive battles on the road to Prussia unifying Germany.
Yeah.
So, could not have picked a more bitterly ironic song to play at this point.
Oh man, there's actually a bunch of layers to that now that I think about it.
Yep.
A song about unifying Germany when it's about to be very soon be completely split up. Ah, how did you? You need to go down. Jesus, we're not covering our flanks very well over here. All right, let's check up here. Do you guys miss some guys? Yes, you did. Take two.
Also, if memory serves, not that the dudes you've been killing, obviously you've been killing them, but, I seem to recall there's a thing that Ron says take two, I would take 10.
You be quiet over there.
But I seem to recall, that some of the gunfire coming from the Reichstag is actually like baked in aesthetic gunfire.
Yeah.
Also, okay, hold on. Can we talk about this thing? Is this, I think, the best example in the game of, like, not even this, but on the left, is the paranormal example. Well, I mean, shorter left.
I thought I had that one. My bad.
What I was trying to say is that tiny stone wall that you're right next to on the other side, like, in the right angle with that barbed wire, I think is the best example we've seen so far of stuff that you could 100% just jump over.
Yeah, we could, like... We're there. We are there. We are going up there. Instead, we're stuck here. Damn it.
Again, the only explanation is Nazi magic. It's the only thing keeping you from going over those walls.
Oh, god damn it. I keep walking into grenades right now. Don't- I'm okay. Alright, we're gonna try and get up right here. God, that... No, no, you can't hit me! I am invincible! Not that invincible. Okay, good, I hit the threshold.
Yeah. I just don't...
Come on, Chernov, I need you to do your thing. Damn it. I don't think I got a checkpoint there. Nope. Man, this campaign's unforgiving. Oh god, get away. Alright, same as always. Hey, you stop that. Okay. Just to make sure, I will take the right stag. And it will happen tonight. Alright. The push shouldn't be inhibited by anything anymore. Except for that. Yep. Oh. Thanks, Bomb.
You know what you should do? Is as soon as you hear Chernov say, move up, run back into deeper cover.
Yeah. I just need... I don't know if it's a kill threshold if I need to beat it. Oh. Oh, no! No! Restov! They know! They know my strategy! They read my book! How to kill Petrenko. It's fucking... they got the hardcover copy. Jesus! Oh my god!
This is that thing, right, that we talked about, the sapient NPCs who know they're here to be fodder for your story. So, they know that if you finish this campaign, their existence will cease. So their only way to keep going is to prevent you from finishing it.
There's a phrase used in wrestling a lot. Whenever there's a good match, they like to... How did that... What? That was on top of me? I didn't get any sort of, like, warning about that? Alright. Okay. Alright, game. Alright, I see how it is. I see how it is. You know, Reznov, you were right. You were right the whole time. I should have become a monster. Damn it! Oh, this is a game brutal. But No. Like, I know this is doable. I know we can do this. I'm just, need to do better. That's it. That's all. Oh, from up here, I can probably get that guy.
I'm still thinking about that grenade earlier that materialized just as you were talking about how there would be nothing to impede their run.
God.
I probably should have clipped that myself, but I thought someone else was going to.
I'd sometimes like to go back through these and clip moments.
Ah, okay, yeah.
What the fuck? Oh god. I don't like it here.
Sorry about the typing, my boyfriend was just
Oh yeah.
messaging me to apologize for falling asleep for messaging me.
No, you got girlfriend duties.
Exactly.
Oh shit. Yeah. Leave me alone. No! 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 Okay, we're fine. Alright, forward! That means back here! Go, Chernov! Go, get your ass up! Go! Go! While I'm safe here!
Get up there for that cutscene.
No!
Are they gonna force you to cross the threshold? Is that what's going on here?
Oh, no! I hear a couple of... Throw that back!
I really thought that AI was gonna cause it to bounce back on you for a second.
I was scared of that too. Okay, Restov's moving up. He's moved up into the position. Chernov, buddy, I need you. Come on, man. Come on, just do it. Just
Turn
do
up,
it.
You have to move the story forward for your
Oh.
big moment. There, he's going.
He fucking teleported. Fuck.
Dimitri! Someone should read this. Move inside!
Anyone gonna pick up the flag? Anyone?
The flag of the Soviet Union just discarded on the ground like garbage. Also, somehow not on fire from Chernov getting burned.
Yeah,
alive.
that's again Soviet magic right there. Ran the work. You got this, buddy. Okay, he's got it.
Hi, Charles.
Hey, Charles.
He just beat the dead.
All right, let's see. Oh wait, no, this isn't Chernov's diary part. That's That's not how I remember how that going.
You think they could have thrown together like a stylized footage of Amsel getting shot in the head or something? But
I mean, I guess not. Yeah.
April 30th, 1945.
Here we go.
When he first spoke of Dmitri, Reznov told tales of a hero. Someone we should all aspire to be like. At times, I have seen him show mercy, and at others act with complete brutality. I do not understand him. Perhaps heroes need not question their actions.
I got the middle route.
yeah,
Apparently.
Steel yourselves, men!
must have done one bad thing at some point.
Yeah.
Today,
Maybe it was all those times I fucking died. It's like I saw him die many times, but then he got right back up. I do not understand him. I need that.
Commissar, are you okay? You inhaled a little too much smoke, maybe?
Yeah, I think smoke inhalation is kind of a.
Is he?
Does he know?
He could be killed. Then die with your hands around the throat of the enemy.
Bunny didn't miss much besides progress. And also, Chernov says that we're only sort of not evil.
It's like he shows mercy sometimes, but also complete the brutality. Just the cannot question my motives.
I do genuinely like, no matter how little sense it makes, the headcanon that when we reload Checkpoint, Dimitri's actually just getting up from death.
It's like,
But of course, in the short time he's been dead, the Red Army has been pushed back a significant amount.
yeah, they got pushed back on the advance. Also, that dude was a badass. I threw a grenade right at him. He just like shrugged it off. He's not a great shot though. Zubarev. Yeah, that's a good idea. We should move.
Tavares Zubarev put all of his points into the Constitution, nothing into the jail.
I'm gonna go over here. Oh my god, they can still hit me. I don't think I've even fired a shot so far. I've been ripped up.
Bam says the man is trying his best, don't make fun of him. Hey, I'm not judging, he really massacred that fascist pillar.
Listen, this pillar holds up fascism as we know it. Look at that. It's literally holding it up right now. We should just put fucking charges all over the place and bring it down. At least there's one left, yeah. Jesus, these guys got some fucking focus fire going. Uh-oh.
The Commissar did say that they're an SS honor guard.
Yeah. These guys are no joke.
These are super cool and tough, and not blowhards who are hired for looking pretty and towing the party line. Well, I guess in an organ of 500,000 people, you could definitely find at least a few hundred who know how to shoot.
Yeah, survey would say you get a couple of, you know, decent shots.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, gotta wait for this guy.
Mm-hmm. Also, if you want to talk about eerie sound design and World at War, this is yeah, Charles. This went from COD to Wolfenstein real quick. That's a good way of putting it.
That's something I want to stream in the future is Wolfenstein. But that's also a series I gotta, once again, get a better computer to do. No!
Yeah. You know what the, well...
Huh?
Sometimes the cover just doesn't cover.
I guess so. Oh.
That, or the grenade's damage is calculated with the smaller, like with successive sizes of sphere, and not like an actual sensor projection or something. But, have I mentioned the ridiculous thing with Return to Castle Wolfenstein and my computer to you?
I'm sorry, what?
There's a thing with, yes, Return to Castle Wolfenstein from 2001.
Yeah.
My 2019 gaming rig can't run it.
Damn, that intense, huh?
And when I say can't run, it can run it, But the game uses so much CPU power on a single core that it brings the CPU into the 90-degree range within seconds of booting up the executable.
Fuck. Just really not optimized, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
given
that.
given that multi-cores didn't exist when it came out.
Are you fucking kidding me? There's so many of these guys that are just hitting nothing.
And Charles, you're right that Bethesda games and PC do not mix, but this is pre-Bethesda. This is back when it was just id Software on their own. I can run the, I think it was 2008 that Raven Software released their Wolfenstein, or was that 20?
Yeah, I think that was like 2008, 2009, or I think. That's a neat game, honestly.
Yeah, it's actually, like... For some reason, it wasn't all that well received, but I loved it. I can still go back and play that one just fine, and, honestly, like, don't get me wrong, the new direction the series took, is really cool. But I miss when Wolfenstein was, like, about all the ridiculous Nazi occultism and stuff.
Yeah.
Because the new games, like, I asked someone about it, and they basically told me, no, that it's just all techie stuff. And Nazi super tech is fun to fight against, but it was the ridiculous occult crap that I really loved about Wolfenstein. You finished Return, right?
I don't think I've actually, like, played Return to Castle Wolfenstein.
So, are you gonna at some point? And if you are, do you care about spoilers from a 20-year-old game?
I don't think I really, like, the barrier of, like, my rules of, like, being spoiled on something, you're good. You can tell me about it, because I'll probably end up just forgetting, like, my brain's so bad, so I'll probably end up forgetting about it. Yeah, well, more of the football defense of, brain injuries are bad.
Okay.
Brain become mush.
That is fair. So, Return is, like, 2008 Wolfenstein is pretty corny, but Return is actually cornier.
Oh my god.
You fight, there's stretches of the game where you fight literal armored zombies that the Nazis have raised from the dead by a pact with this, this ancient German emperor they made up for the game, Emperor Heinrich I, who, was sealed away by, like, a German druid in 942 AD. See, it's fun because they try to bring him back in 1942. 1,000 years. Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know why I emphasize that so much, but, so yes, Emperor Heinrich I with his well-documented late 10th century full plate armor and serrated greatsword.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's gonna change the tide.
Yeah, so he is the final boss, and you might think that with all, like, the super soldier stuff that comes up in the game, that they would, like, he would, like, get kitted out with, like, a Gatling gun, and they would put a Tesla coil on his sword and stuff. No. It's the reverse.
What?
Where
Huh?
when he resurrects, he turns all of the remaining super soldiers who are like Nazi cyborgs with Gatling arms and built-in reloadable Panzerfausts.
Okay, that
He
was
turns
working.
all of them into just really big armored zombie knights.
Huh?
He downgrades them. And I mean downgrade. The super soldiers are way harder to kill than the armored zombie knights. Because the super soldiers have just as much health. And also Gatling arms. And, you know how some games will tone down weapons like that when they give them to the enemy, and then you use them and they're more effective?
Yeah.
Return didn't do that. The version of the Vulcan that the super soldiers get is the same one that you get.
Shit.
So they will just mulch you in seconds if you don't really use your arsenal well. And, like, there's not any special thing that you shoot to kill them. You just have to grind them down and not die. While they get, like, both the Vulcan gun and the Panzerfaust, two of the highest damage weapons in the game.
That's not fair.
It made them really satisfying to defeat, though.
Oh, well, yeah.
So yeah, anyway, the late game versions, they can summon some ghost heads to nom at you a little that you can dodge. And they have swords. Their shields can reflect bullets, so that's something.
Some
But
sort
you
of
can shoot
defense.
But you can shoot around them, so...
Well,
Like, you can just shoot their legs, or strafe and shoot them at anywhere, really. And the other thing is there's this, like, absurdly hot, tattooed, blonde Nazi sorceress, who's the one who actually does the resurrection ritual. So Heinrich shows up, and... Well, by the way, despite everyone else who's on the Nazi side in return speaks with, like, a corny film Nazi accent.
yeah.
Where it's just like German cranked up to the max. Heinrich doesn't. He just speaks with a really deep voice, kind of pseudo-British. For some reason, he just doesn't have a German accent. So he just shows up and he's like, "Who are you?" I can't get as deep as he actually talks. It's ridiculous. It's cartoonish.
Damn.
So then, she doesn't give an explicit answer, even though she does have a name and everything. She's just like, "I serve you, my dark master." And that's almost the exact delivery, by the way.
Oh my god.
It's great. So, Heinrich is like, how can I upgrade this super hot Nazi sorceress with all her sexy tattoos and stuff? He turns her into like a fucking bent-over, green-skinned crone with long claw hands.
Oh, I remember this part. This part's kinda rough. Do I need the Panzerschreck? No, I need to go upstairs. That's what I need to do.
Yes, I just find Return hilarious on those grounds. Because it's just like... The Nazis successfully resurrect the thing, and it seems like, in all regards, they're worse off than if they hadn't tried.
Ah, we have found our old friend.
Indeed. And remember, the Geneva Convention doesn't exist yet, so this isn't yet a war crime.
Don't mind him. Nor him. Or especially not him.
That guy actually took one.
I can't believe that.
Remember that this is a 14.5mm round.
Alright, I'm actually gonna save the rest of those rounds for once those
Ah, yeah.
whatchamacallit, flamethrowers start showing up. Luckily, they have not gone wise to my strategy and are not shooting me. Oh god! They have gone wise. Crafty bunch. Oh.
Yeah, the one thing I will say, so I know that, like, bullet sponge enemies are potentially contentious, but in games like Wolfenstein and Doom, I actually prefer them to what Wolfenstein 08 ended up doing. Where the boss fights all had some kind of gimmick, and all the special enemies... Like, you played Wolfenstein 08, right? Sonically?
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, there he is.
So I don't know if you got far enough in the game to where the armored troopers show up who have, like, the Tesla coils on their shoulders.
I'm not sure if I actually did.
Yeah, so, that's not really a spoiler per se, like, they're not really plot relevant, they just kind of appear suddenly.
Yeah.
But the thing with them is, so they have a Tesla coil on either shoulder. You shoot those, and then like a power push pops out of their back, and you shoot that, and then they explode. And each of those is one shot from the rifle. So once you get a scope on it and get all basic good aim, you can take any of them down safely within a few seconds. So they're supposed to be like big intimidating super troopers, but they're actually a joke. The super soldiers from Return were that, except that there's no special spot, it's just hit points, and they were just more satisfying to fight. Because I felt like I was dealing with an actual massive threat and not a gimmick. Even though it was a massive threat that I had to shoot a fuckload. But, so Heinrich, of course, has the most health of any enemy in Return, where you can empty all of your you can come into that fight with a full load of Vulcan gun and Tesla ammo,
Yeah.
empty all of it into him at point blank range, and still not kill him completely.
Damn.
Because you have to slowly, like, you bring him down, and as you're shooting him, he has armor that I assume is coded to, like, come off when he hits certain hit point thresholds. So as you're shooting him, his armor is slowly coming off over the course of the fight. And even after you get all of it off and his chest is fully exposed, you still have to shoot him a fair bit more to kill him. The great thing is that he doesn't actually have that many different pain sound effects.
Oh,
To the point where it's the same 3, and he always says them in the same order. So I remember it to this day because it's just this grunty, ridiculously deep voice boss guy going over and over again for minutes as you pour ammunition into him.
Jesus.
Like, and the rhythm matches the speed of his footsteps when he's walking towards you.
As he marches? Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an experience.
I forget. Do I have to fire a Panzerschreck into the fucking logo up there? I think I do.
What do the objectives say?
Let me check. Clear the ground floor of the Parliament. Well, that's what I'm doing.
I mean, you can fire it just in case, but yeah, I feel like this might just be... You just have to kill that many of them. There's not somewhere for you to run down, is there?
Let me go check. Cause I think, yeah, these guys are fucking, yeah, they're all setting up for that. I'm gonna fire a Panzerschreck at that. For fun.
Yeah, might as well.
And for glory. You got Panzerschreck around here? No? Oh. Ah, yes. There we go. Ah, there it is.
This is I love that they fill this room with so many enemies that you can't watch that come down because you'll get shot.
They call me a busta? How dare they? You can also tell I don't know any German.
Mm-hmm. You want to know what he said, Ryan?
What did he say?
He said Sovjetische Bastard. He called you a bastard, that's it.
Oh. Well, he's dead now.
Get those doors open! Get them open now!
What doors? You were calling out to doors that you didn't even know existed.
it's a common theme with COD stories, especially up to this point in the series, where, like, if you think about it at all, a lot of this. Yeah, exactly, Bond. He just senses doors with his Russian magic.
Oh, everyone, through the doors.
That feels good to do sometimes.
Yeah.
Just empty the entire mag.
It's not efficient, it's not artful, but sometimes you just need it.
Ah, damn it.
Ugh.
Renegade shot.
Sowjetische Truppen!
Remember also that the infographics did say, or mention that Hitler's dead at this point.
Yeah, it did say that.
These men are defending a building on behalf of a corpse.
Yep. A Bavarian corporal's corpse. Austrian corporals.
Yep.
Ah, here's one of the best maps in the multiplayer. Fucking Dome. Run away. Oh, damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, Charles, World War's campaign is pretty brutal.
Let them feast on our scraps. We should push on to victory.
Damn. Like, I would like to visit. Well, I don't even know. It's the right stack is still a thing, right? Is it? Is it
I
just
believe
called
the building
different?
survives, yes. I don't think
Yeah.
it's called the Reichstag anymore, but
Wherever the German parliament is called nowadays. But like, this building seems absurdly massive.
yeah, by all indications, it is.
Not you too, Bresnov. Yes, yeah, okay.
So yeah, it is still there. It has actually been restored to the pre-Nazi architecture to some extent.
I can't believe that worked. Holy shit. Oh.
And the other thing is, Bomb says to spray and pray. But the first image that comes up searching it is, of course, a modern one of tourists visiting the building and stuff, and yet it is absolutely as big as the game is portraying it to be.
Man.
Actually, let me check that back about again, because I think I see something that might have probably explained that.
Like, this track that's playing right now has such a bombastic feel, but also a dire, like, tone to it. Fuck. Is it safe here? No, not safe here. But, plenty of ammo. Oh! I didn't realize that was there. Damn.
Let them feast on our scraps. We should push on to victory. A blooded heart on the tragic dead fire will soon speak for the last time.
Bond says
Okay.
it feels like they spent more time with the Russian soundtracks than the American ones. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just ran into it instead. Dang. We're like right there. We are so close to the ending. I can taste it.
We should push on to victory. Dead ahead. A blooded heart on the tragic dead fire will soon speak for the last time.
It's that MG up there. It's just got me pinned. Ow.
Well, at least it didn't kill you.
Kind of shake me up. Got it. Alright. Let's do this! Oh, that one guy! Damn.
Let them feast on our scraps. We should push on.
That's why they call him Cockblock Hans.
I'm never ready for it. It caught my guard down so bad.
See, my secret is I spend so much time just like talking about serious stuff that the instant I say something like a normal joke, no one's ready.
Okay. Did I even hit them? No, it did not. Shit, they re-upped the MG. Fuck.
Cheryl says you'll get used to it.
Oh, that's a G43. Oh, not you two, Reznov. Okay. Don't hurt me. Okay. We're pretty much back to where we were. Making good progress. Whoa. Okay. Shit. I can't, like, no, I can't crawl that. Fortunately.
That would be too easy.
Too easy. Oh, I'm really low on ammo too. Shit. Okay.
Mom says I'm just not an uptick on jokes, so it didn't faze me.
Oh, I almost made it. I almost made it.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if these guys gave me a little bit cover fire, you know? Ooh. I don't know how I lived through all that. Oh, that was a bad idea. I should have, probably should have taken out that MG again.
It says, everyone knows that you're the protagonist of the story, so no, they'll not help you. They're just there to look cool. Yeah, we know. We talked about the intricacies of the AI a number of times.
Can I have some of this ammo? Please? No? Okay. You need to go. I don't think he respawns. Okay, game. I'll play by your rules. Nope. Oh, rest off.
Charles says, yes, feed into your anger.
Oh, I will not fall for the tricks of the Sith.
Also, Bum is advising that you pick up an MP40 and go hog wild.
Listen, I know you're right, Bum. I know. Oh my god, that guy was screaming some German I do not understand.
Yeah, I didn't catch enough of that to try translating.
Okay, that's a respawn tunnel. Huh? You fucking see that, Porkrovsky? That's some bullshit.
Hey, Pokrovsky. He has the same name as the guy who composed all the music for the Divinity games.
Ah.
Unfortunately dead now. I think Kirill Pokrovsky passed away in like 2014.
Oh no.
He lived just long enough to contribute to Divinity Original Sin 1. Charles says, well, it is COD anger all around. Yep.
COD anger is universal.
It transcends all human boundaries. Every culture, ethnicity, and age group can relate to it.
Shit, that guy's a lot more accurate. Okay, now I need this. Okay, there we go. No, no. Okay, we're good. I don't like this corner. This corner's a bad corner. It hurt me a lot.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think they knowingly designed. Wow.
That was fast. So that German over there cooked that thing.
We should push on.
They
How
unknowingly designed this last stretch to funnel you into that corner, and then set up everything after it to make it nearly impossible to get out of. I know because when I was playing the campaign, I wound up at the same place with the same problem.
Okay. I'm low on ammo. I got 20 more shots in this thing. But all it takes is one. Nope, missed. One. What? One. What? One. It's still shooting, damn it. There, I got it. In one. Sir, please.
Continuity? That doesn't exist.
Listen, the first shot's always the perfect shot. Just depends on when you start counting that first shot. Oh my god, no. I'm just bad shot right now.
You know what my favorite thing about a lot of the enemy calls in COD are?
What?
Half the time if you listen to these guys, they're just saying Sowjetische Truppen or feindliche Infanterie. Both of those basically mean the same thing. Soviet troops is Soviet troops. Feindliche is enemy. So, and infantry is of course just infantry. So
Yeah.
they're just saying Soviets are here.
It's like, yeah, no shit, Hans.
I'm sorry, Friedrich, I was just trying to help.
Tell me something I do not know!
Okay, so you remember, back at camp way back in 39, before we invaded Poland, you remember that letter you got from your girlfriend about how she didn't want to be your girlfriend anymore?
Yeah, that sucked. Ah.
That was me.
How dare you?
I like that your German accent is more of a... I'm not even sure what to call that, actually.
I don't know either. My accents are all over the place. I need to, like,
Fair.
watch a video to, like, practice my accent sometimes. I used to be able to do it so well, and then I lost it over time.
Yeah, I have kind of an unfair... Bum says I think it's more Russian than Jewish.
Yeah, that's kind of my default. Cannot stand here. I can't stand it anywhere. I need this. No, give me that.
I'll say that while its firing sound isn't quite as good, the Giver 43 does have a very satisfying meaty reload.
Oh yeah.
Bum says you lost your accent because you stopped watching the abridged series of Hellsing.
That's probably true, honestly. I've never actually... I don't even know if it's done yet or anything, but, like, I
It
should.
finished years ago.
Okay.
It's been a couple of years, at least.
Well, now that I know, I could binge that, too.
This is true.
And everyone knows, the only way to consume media at this point is to binge it. Because that's what you can do now. That just didn't work. Damn, this is tough. This is real tough right now. We are right there, and we're so close. Can I just go in here and hide? Yeah, you guys got this? I just need to stop shaking for a second. Alright, I think we're stable. I think he stepped on my head.
Yeah. Perhaps.
Fuck.
Perhaps Dimitri's secret is that he can only be killed by human hands. Well,
Or human Hans. Oh, I'm so fucking funny. This dude's a fucking beast. He's just taking these shots like nothing. Oh, come on. Give it to me. There's not even like a moment where it like has to reload or anything. It just goes.
yep, no reloading. No need to change.
That's not what I need to do.
Hey,
It's not like it's overheating or anything.
You know, it's a thing that existed in, I don't know if COD ever included, but I know Medal of Honor certainly did for a few games. But, you know what's something that'd be really useful right around now?
What?
A smoke grenade.
We had some of those. They were around. Just not in this campaign. And they didn't really do much. I don't know if Medal of Honor's smoke grenades actually like, you know, did their job.
Oh yeah, the ones in Medal of Honor games, the AI actually refused to fire through.
God, I could use that.
Hmm?
I'm not even sure if I killed them. I have found a new hiding spot. We are slowly advancing now.
Unlocking secrets of this 40-foot stretch of the map.
There. They were just
Look at
caught.
that noob with his last stand.
Where were they coming out from? Where?
Well, you see, there was actually active until just now a portal from the secret Nazi base underground. It was in this very hallway.
It's some Castle Wolfenstein shit. I tell you. I say. They got some Castle Wolfenstein stuff going on in here, and I do not appreciate it.
I mean, that has to be the case, right?
Yeah,
It's
no,
exactly
this
what
is.
they've intended in this serious war game.
Yeah, there's Nazi magic going on. Why do you think there's zombies?
It's all coming together.
We've cracked the code. Oh, I didn't want that. I want
Charles
this.
says, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, Rosnov, what's up? You scratching back of your... Yeah, same, bro. Let's try that. Let's see what happens. I'm feeling lucky. No grenade here, please. No, 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 let me go back. Can I bank that? Nope. Can't make this.
There you go. Just fire at them through the slit.
That was my opportunity to go and I didn't take it. Oh, no. I swear.
Yeah, they made a very token effort to make the AI look like they are doing things.
Now's the time! Go, 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 go! Again! Portals. Fuck. I need to play Portal 2 now. This is just a sign. It's a sign from God. Okay, we are at the precipice of victory.
Yep.
That should have punched a goddamn hole through this entire building. This much
Yeah.
hellfire they're dropping.
Yeah, let me look up this, because I'm pretty sure Katyusha rockets are also really fucking big.
Oh, that guy was still alive. Oh man, that's unfortunate for you. Okay, well, everyone, this has been a great playthrough. It's been an honor fighting alongside the Red Army and representing Soviet Russia as one of its most glorious troops. And I shall once again lead the way to total victory, beating the Nazi punks as they deserve to be beat. Also, just making sure that no one's over there. All right. Yeah, double make sure.
Toss some grenades and molotovs in there too.
Yeah, you forget. Yeah, I just wanted to, you know, really make sure. We gotta really make sure no one's possibly around there, right? Like that. No way. With all that amount of ordnance, nothing could have possibly have fucking survived any of this. Well, special grenades. Hold on, 1 second. What I have special grenades? Special grenade. It was 2. Yeah, we're just gonna, get some use out of that. That's not a grenade, Resnov. This is a Molotov. I got really scared. The game was about to crash.
It did not like all of that.
Aww. Sad face. Ghost flag. Well, ghost flag for a ghost empire, am I right? Can I this is embarrassing. Can I go over the top? No? Alright. How about over here?
Wait, it's not actually glitched, is it?
No, it shouldn't be. Oh shit, I forgot the flag! Where did that go? Flag. There you are! Okay, as I was saying, Reznov, I'm again very proud. Let's get this done. Fuck! How did I miss him?
You can see the scorch marks on the train.
You can make it, my friend. You always survive.
I do? Back there, it sure didn't look like I always survive.
Should be yours.
Alright, let's take this in, everyone.
Party Soviet there penetrates Germany to the core.
As long as the heart of this army can never be broken.
Accidentally throws it over the edge. Oops. Fucked it up. That didn't go as planned for them, which kind of sucks.
I counted by the last hour and a half of that was just getting through the last few minutes of the Reichstag assault, and then most of it was right there.
Fuck. They weren't kidding. That That part's tough. Could you imagine if we were doing that on Veteran? Oh my god, we would be here for 17 hours. That would be a 24-hour charity stream.
Mm-hmm.
Of the major warring powers, to conclude a solemn agreement whereby peace may be restored. It is my earnest hope, and indeed the hope of all mankind, that from this solemn occasion a better world shall emerge out of the blood and carnage of the past. A world founded upon faith and understanding. Give man in the fulfillment of his most cherished wish of freedom, tolerance, and justice.
And fascism was never a problem ever again.
Never, ever. Alright, well that's it. Though we hit credits. North, what do you think of this game?
So I think some of the gameplay here and there, you can see a little of the jank, but for the most part it holds up really well. The stuff that I would criticize, like as far as that last slog and everything being brutal, I honestly have to pin that down to an artistic decision by Treyarch. I don't think they accidentally made a final sequence that hard to beat.
Yeah. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not, like, upset or anything. It's like, man, that was just really fucking hard at some points. Just getting around a corner was a challenge.
We were on Hardened, not Veteran. I don't think that can be overstated.
Yeah. If we were on Veteran, we're probably still way back in the Parliament. In the common area. I don't even want to think about trying to get there on Veteran.
Yeah, Bond says it took him a week.
Sounds about right. But yeah, like, this game holds up. I do believe this game actually holds up quite well. Like, gameplay-wise, there is definitely, yeah, there's some serious jank here and there. And that's just coming with the territory of Treyarch still trying to find their groove with Call of Duty. This is their third outing. And I don't, like, I wouldn't say this is like a home run for them, but I'd definitely say this is like they hit a triple here, using baseball analogies and stuff.
I know nothing of baseball.
That's fine. You hit the ball so good that you get to third base. Boom. But not, yeah.
Okay.
So, like, I definitely want to now try Black Ops and see how well that holds up, because I feel like that was where Treyarch finally found, like, alright, we figured it out, our formula that makes us different from Infinity Ward and Sledgehammer.
You might say they learned how to do it by the numbers.
Yes, I will say they learned how to do it by the numbers. God damn it. But, like, looking back on Treyarch's previous outings, including this one, like, it was Big Red 1, Call of Duty 3, and then this one. Like, Big Red 1 was very much like, alright, it's more of a, it's your standard fair Call of Duty 2, but you have a bit more of a squad dynamic, you know, you play off the squad a little bit. At least in the little instances between battle. 3, you know, you take some different directions. You don't just have the Americans, the British, like, you include fucking the Canadians, you include the Polish in that one. And that, seeing like Canadians represented in Call of Duty 3 was that made that game a bit more special to me, because it's like, you recognize that we were there, we did shit.
Yeah, which is something that American media in general could be about 1,000 times better on. Still.
And with this game, you know, they took two fronts that, at least at this point, hadn't gotten the most, like, representation. COD 3 was your favorite? Yeah, it's like, I know a lot of people don't really care for that game as much as, like, 2 or 4 or Modern Warfare, but, like, I think 3 is a good game. Mm-hmm. That's a good game there. But, like, I feel like with this game, they at least got the tone they kind of wanted. Though, of course, with all these games, all these kind of shooters, you're gonna, you know, lose a little bit in terms of, like, artistic license. So, like, we have to make this fun, not just this brutal beatdown all the time.
Mm-hmm. Interesting to know. Commissar Dmitry Dadchenko. So, that guy was voiced by a Russian.
Ah. But, like, overall, I think this is still a fun game to play. I certainly had a lot of fun playing it with you. Having your commentary was very worthwhile.
It was my pleasure. I also, sorry, I forgot a lot of the music for this was done by Womb Music. There's nothing I can add to that.
Also, big shout-outs to Sean Murray and his score for this game. A1. And he only gets better with Black Ops. I still hear people, like, talk about Rooftops and how amazing that track was. Also, Bum saying, what? Canadians in any wars? Yeah, I know, crazy, right? It's not like we formed our identity in the First World War.
Yeah, that small conflict of no particular historical note.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, it really drives home Bomb's earlier point about how they spent way more time on the other tracks than the American ones, as the Marine music is now coming in, and I'm already forgetting it as I'm hearing it.
Yeah. Like, that brass section only makes me think of whenever you win a match in multiplayer, not in any of the missions we just played.
Mm-hmm. The only thing that makes it memorable at all here is when it suddenly is like, oh, here's the sound of the rising sun that is a flute. To like shift the tone.
Yeah, I think thinking about, like, between the two campaigns, like, the Russian one definitely gets a lot more love, and hell, that's in a sense continues the story in the next game. Mm-hmm. Like, they kind of made the right choice in making, like, Reznov's story the driving force for Black Ops.
Yeah. Because it really is the perfect way to do it, because sort of the whole sucky part of the Soviet Union post-World War II is directly tied in with this whole thing with the purges, and how all these Red Army soldiers who went through hell in order to beat back the Nazis, and to be frank, on that front carried way more of the burden than the armies of any other nation, or all other nations combined even, just got completely... like, governments already tend to throw away soldiers when they no longer have a use for them. The United States certainly does plenty of that. but the extent to which the Red Army got screwed over was insane.
Like, they deserved their hero's welcome. They earned it, and they never really got it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a damn shame. But also, going back to the music for a second, they're fucking playing the Black Cat song, and that's like the only song that's really memorable from the Marine campaign. So, again, damn.
I mean, certain parts of Wildcard are okay.
Yeah.
That's just the song with the guitars and the Chucky guitars and the flute that plays during the bonsai charges a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, because the Marine Campaign soundtrack in a lot of places is clearly, like, intentionally referencing the sort of, like, brass heavy stereotype American heroic soundtrack. So in a way, it's kind of designed to be forgettable.
I didn't really think about it like that, yeah. But, I do kind of wish if they ever were to, like, revisit this game, in a sense, like, I don't know, maybe doing more with the Marines, showing other spots that weren't, like, really focused on, like, Guadalcanal, like, really showing that, tenseness of the anticipation of a attack that I like. Fuck. Like in whatchamacallit, the Pacific, like those first few episodes when they're on Guadalcanal, and it's like it's mostly just the Marines just walking around the island, like trying to find the enemy, and they haven't seen or heard from them, and then in the middle of the night they just are attacked out of nowhere.
Well, yeah, because the whole thing about a lot of warfare in the Pacific Theater is that, like, the psychological toll of it is really lost if you don't address the quiet periods. Like, I think a really good take on that would be, like, you're basically describing a mix of normal action game, but then also horror.
What about an
But that is
Australian
just
Pacific campaign in New Zealand? So, I do remember playing, it was a little flight sim game. Do you happen to remember the game, Blazing Angels?
I think I've heard of it. Also, here's the thing, the after credits thing.
Oh no, we crashed our plane. Luckily, these people are coming to help us.
Remember this back in 08?
This scared the fuck out of me.
Mm-hmm. Me too. Because I was like, wait, what? And then it's just like, click to start the mission, fucker.
Alright, we may as well have a little fun right to end this. Let's see how far I can go.
And I don't mind admitting that, and Robert's right, the Anzacs do need more love. But I don't mind admitting that I had basically no exposure to any meaningful horror stuff in 08. So, just coming in and there's that sharp musical cue and the witch cackle scared the fuck out of me. I didn't know what was happening.
This is scary. Big scary.
It's all foggy and there's the scary zombies that do their zombie walk.
Look at him, he's got glowing eyes. That's fucking horrifying.
The zombies. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, you're kind of right though. But I know my strats. Gotta let these guys open it up. Come on in. Let's go.
I wonder how much of that is due to, in normal multiplayer, there's there's a hard limit on how badly or well things can go. Whereas in zombies, there's always that sense of we could have got one more wave if you hadn't fucked it up.
Yeah.
Robert asked about the level 1 knife strat.
Well, for one, I kind of forget what my melee is.
Isn't it normally V on mouse and keyboard?
Nope, it's not V on here.
Oh.
I'm just bad. Okay, I want to find a isolated clip of the music stings in between rounds, so that I can use them for my stream.
Yeah, do it. They're still good.
They're so good.
You know what else is, like, weirdly... Like, I wouldn't say it's super complex instrumentation, but actually still really good. The tracks that Elena Siegman did for zombies.
Yeah.
Which I didn't realize, like, here's a weird thing. You never hear it normally, but I've been in World of War's game files, because as I've mentioned the first stream, I've modded it a bit. The full audio for the full version of all the songs is in the game files.
Oh.
It's just there. It never gets used, but it's there. So, like, the one that you hear when you die in this one is Lullaby. So, like, just as there's the one for the trailer that they did for Shino Numa when they were releasing the DLC map packs. The ending song here has a full-length vocals version. Which includes the not at all corny line, "Father, why have you forsaken me?"
Lullaby for a dead man.
Yep.
If I pause, okay, yeah, I can actually like look at my controls here. Combat, rifle grenade, melee attack. Oh, it's 1. I don't plan on doing a lot of crouching here, so I'll just go mouse 4. There we go. Oh my god, I can't hit anything.
So you mentioned earlier, like, being freaked out playing this for the first time. I kind of actually, in a weird way, miss that.
I miss games scaring me like this.
Yeah, like, well, I just miss, like, having the kind of just emotional...
Oh shit, no, I didn't want to do that. Damn it!
Even after you beat the campaign, grenades remain your arch nemesis.
Oh, we're doing great here! Also, if you're wondering what CDS means on my clan tag there, that's a shout out to the old squad. Chiquita Death Squads, in fact.
Love it.
Okay, no, we don't need to play more.
Yeah, one of that was enough. That's enough for nostalgia debate.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is I miss having emotions that were, like, highly keyed to the point where I would get into games like that. Which isn't really a symptom of this particular game, it's just like a personal change thing. But I miss when the threshold was low enough that I could just reliably go in and experience something that visceral, you know?
Yeah.
if you actually stare at the zombies for a second, they're kind of hilarious.
Like, they're really nothing to be scared of, but, like, when I was 12 when this game came out, and being the campaign, and all of a sudden that shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I'm scared. I'm big
I
scare.
was 16, so I was still big scare.
Also, I need to mention this. So, I didn't. You want to know what was the first console I played this game on, though?
Mm-hmm.
I played this game on the Wii first,
I see.
which I don't believe even had Nazi zombies. So, I think it was when I went to, like, visit a friend, and I played the game at his place, and then beat the campaign. All of a sudden, that fucking pops up. I'm real scared. What? About to piss my pants.
Mm-hmm.
But no, this game, love it. Still love it. Still a fantastic game. Not sure if I'll touch the multiplayer though. I only expect horrible things from that.
Yeah, I don't. Multiplayer was really fun playing it in the years after release in a reasonable time frame. I don't know what you would find if you are dealing with people who are still playing it after 13 years.
Yeah, Hackfest is probably right. Because I remember playing like Call of Duty 4 about 7 or 8 years after its launch, and just hackers everywhere. Fucking, it just absolute insanity. You're being shot through walls from across the map, like exactly like what you were talking about with your first game.
Yep.
Of this. It's like, yeah, I don't think I really need to play multiplayer on this. I'll just stick to occasionally playing Warzone with the boys. But yeah, we're fucking done this. I was honestly is a Lunar New Year sale still going on? No idea. Cause I did see, like, I swear, Call of Duty games on PC are absurdly priced. It's insane. Yeah. They're like, yeah, you want Call of Duty 2, a game that's like 20 years old? Yeah, pony up the cash. It's like $25. Like, what? Are you insane?
Mm-hmm.
I'll catch it on a sale. It's like I swear, I think it's like $70 for Call of Duty Black Ops 2 or something. It's insane. But I think we're done here. I will let you know if I do plan on doing some more of these old Call of Duty games. I would actually also love to play some of the Medal of Honor games, and also I do have the Brothers in Arms series.
Oh.
Which I have talked about before on Not If I Reboot You First, when I proposed the idea of, making a ending to that series.
Oh yeah, because I didn't play the first one, but I did play Hell's Highway through to the end.
I also played Hell's Highway all the way through.
So like getting to the end of that and then like looking up like, okay, so what's the next? Oh, there is no next game.
Yeah, like Gearbox has always kind of like mentioned it in passing, but like when Borderlands blew up the way it did, they became like, yeah, were
you fortunate enough not to see the news about when they're like, oh, we're gonna continue it?
Oh, I remember being pissed off.
Okay, so you did, and then it's like, we're gonna do a Borderlands on it. That's what you guys wanted, right?
Yeah,
That's a good spin-off.
on Brothers in fucking Arms. You're gonna try and pull that shit?
For this fucking realistic, story-focused squad tactics shooter.
You're gonna be like, oh, here's a 4-player fucking, and it's just Borderlands. I like games getting canceled is not great, but some games I didn't mind when I heard about it getting canceled. That was one of them.
Anyway, yeah, I will be in touch if you need me.
All right. Well, thank y'all for coming out. I also want to thank the person who raided us in the middle of that. That was fucking awesome. That feels cool to get raided. Hopefully someday we can do the raiding.
Indeed.
But yeah, thank you, North. 1 second. Let me do the thing. North. Go buy her book. Go follow her on Twitter. And
Bye,
just
everyone.
just for fun, also go check out Charles. All right, I'll talk to all y'all later.